Hello, hello, hello. It is Sunday. It is soup day. I gave the rats the opportunity to rig and or balance everything, and they picked balance, and so the wheel chose fishing. And I know that more people were looking for other games, but it'll still be fun, we'll still hang out. If you're not interested in fishing today, then today you can treat like a just chatting stream, because while I am fishing today, I will also have on the screen, in the smallest corner, in a way that is not helpful for anybody who wants to see what's going on, I will also be working on map making. So I will be thinking about 15 different things at once, probably forgetting to fish. So it'll be like any other stream. But I hope that you guys are having a fantastic weekend. I hope you guys are taking care of yourselves. I want snow so badly, and I will not get snow probably for another month. I also want to disassemble my keyboard, which I might do tomorrow. I just want to clean it really well, and I want to clean all my keycaps, and I keep staring at it and going, I could just disassemble it right now. I cannot disassemble it right now. Right now I am streaming. I need to clean it so badly. I'm disassembling it tomorrow during Rats Make Things. That's my project tomorrow. I'll go grab my other spare keyboard, plug it in, and then I will clean this keyboard, and then I will probably clean the spare keyboard after this keyboard's put back together. Hi, Fern! Hello! Hello and welcome to my starting soon page. Raiders, I hope that all of you are having a fantastic time zone. I have not been live long enough to know what I am doing, but I hope you had a good stream! I'm playing Firewatch for the first time? Okay. I will say nothing, but I played Firewatch when I was in college in a singular day, like over a weekend. I had a wonderful day. It was fantastic. I had a great time, and I hope that you're having a good time with it too. It didn't work for me. Oh no. I hope you guys are having a fantastic time zone. We're going to be playing web fishing as a community, so if you're already in our Discord, you will be able to join in on the fishing. If you're not in our Discord, you're welcome to hang out and have a ton of fun and watch me go insane with a tiny map in the corner. Very continue to play, playable. I had to force myself to take a break to do the other things on my list today. You know what? That's valid. That's so valid. I'm so excited to see it continue. It's fantastic. I absolutely adored that game, and I keep thinking about it and going, I could play it again, but then I remember all the twists and turns still. So I need to wait like 4 more years and then play it again. Anyways, go away, Fern, take care of yourself. Ziploc, so many of the games you talk about start with, I played that game all in one day in college/school. Hi, Carol, thank you for saying milk twice. It's very funny. Listen, there was a lot of time in college for me where I was like, you know what I can do? I can put off this entire set of papers until, like, Sunday night. Why not just play a whole game over a Saturday or watch the entire of Madoka Magica on that random Wednesday I don't have classes? This one time in college, I have a lot of weird stories from college. I still did that. Okay, listen, do you want my stories from outside of college? I played through the entirety of Danganronpa 2 in a week, coming home from work and playing a chapter in an hour. Or more. Every night. I'm weird. Hi, Rabbity, I hope you're doing well. Hi, Aether. Magica, yeah. Also, have a good time zone, Axel. Yes, to everybody that's running mine, please have good time zones. Take care of yourselves. Do whatever you gotta do. Okay, I'll stop stalling. It's time for fishing. Let's grab the fishing. Where is the fishing? Fishing. You're not gonna be full screen, are you? Oh, you are. And you're also very confused. Wait, no, hold on. I'm hiding this for the moment, so that I can make sure that I make this correctly and in a way that is unknowable. Should just be that one. Okay, The tip on that screen said the void does not exist. But whatever. Menu. Copy. Okay. For the rats that want to join, the code is going to be in the Discord. You cannot join the Discord right now. But there's the code for the rats that want to join. Let's go put myself in my favorite fishing spot, which is right here. And double check that I have... Yes, I have the patient lure. Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. So now, that's the wrong one. It doesn't matter. Bimsh! Think I'll just vibe in chat? That's okay, because do you want to see my other magic trick? You might be wondering, hey trader, where's Stan gone? Because Stan is not where he normally is. He's over here right now. You can see him right there. Why has Stan moved today? And that's because I want to do this. Where'd it go? Right here. Small window. Small window open to map. And now I... now I can do multiple things at once. Now we can fish and do this, and you'll just never know what quality fish I have. Which is really not an important issue when fishing. And oh, I found Aether. Tip, fish can roll. Thanks, Webfishing? Yeah. Sushi roll. I forgot what I was doing here. Oh, I know what I'm doing here. I know exactly what I did, and I need to change all of these regions into different colors because I don't like the colors right now. Glorp is Aether to me. I would agree, but then there's Glorpsune Miku. And I don't know what to do with that one. I've played webfishing only one time before, so I don't remember how to, but I will join and find out. If you're in the Discord, right, Drapity? I put the code to join it in the community events. I'm Glorpsune Miku on Roblox. Hope that helps. No, but it checks out. Okay, changing colors. Oh, okay. Somebody with an unknown name has joined. That's exciting. We'll do... pink. I don't want this to be blue. I can make it gray. Why am I this ridiculous? Okay. Someone with an unknown name is me. Yeah, sometimes the game just doesn't like to acknowledge that the person joined, but that's okay. I see Rabbity over there. Vibj. So true. So true and real. Why is your thing a bomb, Aether? It has been for a while? Okay. I guess we're gonna blow up and act like we don't know nobody. Explosive fishing, yes. Bomb! Yeah, there's no name. It just says Tenderfoot, which is really funny. Meow. We all go fishing. Going through BTTV and FFZ emotes today. What did you find? Did you find more bombs? We're gonna need to mark towns today. I do not want brown. I do, however, want black and white. Yup. A sizable amount of Kermit the Frog emotes? Yeah. Okay, I'll water fish and work on diamond art? Okay. How do I get bait for fishing? Okay. This way. These. You'll be able to go in and buy all the stuff that you need. And there's a couple of them around the map, Rabbity, so if you're ever struggling and we've wandered off somewhere, there's one all the way over there. They're all over the map. Anyways, I hope the rats have had a good weekend and done some fun stuff, and I know that Ibit was doing a lot of working, but even if you're working, I hope that all of you guys are having good time zones and getting the chance to do something fun, even if it's for only a little bit. Con prep goes burger. I have just remembered that my friend is in the middle of con prep right now, and I think she just went home. I should check in on her. That's okay. Nope, I do not want a bridge. What did I do? What did I do? How did I do these before? I guess this is a very large map. Okay. For people that don't know what's going on in the corner and why there's a map on the screen, I'm currently working on a separate Fae realm for my world building project because I realize that the Fae are messy and need their own dimension that they can wreck with, I guess, all the force of an atom bomb. I don't remember why I gave them their own dimension. I just thought it would be funny. I made one temple for the Fae and went, what if this temple is just the entrance into the Fae realm? And then that was the end of the thought. Oh, that's a lot of numbers. Also, this needs to get turned down just a smidge. Messy's really underselling it. Well, I get to make up my own Fae rules, so the Fae play that by the rules that I give them. I believe in you, Zier. You can do the things. You're a regular guy. You can move through space. Okay, Circle is a normal town. This is a big city. I do need this to be larger. Why is this not larger? I guess that is as large as it gets. Where am I putting the Unseelie capital? Probably like right there, unfortunately, which means that I need to move their name. Label. Select. Give. Thank you. Whoop. What powers do they get? The Fae? They get... It kind of depends. I originally classified the Fae as just a magical race, and then I realized that it really devolves into a lot more things than just a singular magical race. So that's why the Fae are getting their own dimension. What can regular women do? I don't know. Women. The power to shit each other's pants. I'm pretty sure that's not a regular women power. I'm pretty sure that's an everybody power that nobody should use. Can you find out? No? I was talking about the Fae. Okay, well the Fae have the power to shit each other's pants. People should not. How about that? Don't know how that power dynamic breaks down, but I guess that's the rules I'm making. I really like this bowfin. Bowfin D's nuts. Sorry. I ranked up. How else am I supposed to learn about women? I'm sure there's more women you could ask. Somewhere. It's the smallest crayfish. I love them. I'm gonna ask Rock Lady? Okay. But also, no, the Fae are not gonna be able to have the power to shit each other's pants. That's not what we're doing. That is not what they get to do with their lives. I'm getting close to finishing the diamond art project. Aether, what are you gonna do with it when you're done? Are you gonna frame it and hang it up? Put it on the wall. Well, now you sound like a pirate. It comes with a frame? It did? I don't think all of them do. That's cute, though. That's a good thought, to give it, like, a frame. I always think that a lot of people, when they make a really cool puzzle, should frame it and put it up. Because they just look cool. Like, there was a puzzle that was in my office. Don't ask me why there was a puzzle in my office. I think there's actually multiple puzzles around the office. But they had, like, left this one out. And so, like, over the course of months, people would do, like, just sit down and, like, find a piece and figure out where the piece goes. And so you'd have, like, one piece at a time. You'd have the puzzle getting put together. And eventually the one that we wound up with finishing was one that was a picture of the Seattle skyline that just looked cool. And because I'm in the Seattle area, I think I offhandedly mentioned, like, oh, we should, like, frame that because it's actually a really nice piece of, like, artwork. And then 2 weeks later, I was like, oh, the puzzle's gone. But the box was still there, so I assumed that somebody just, like, put the puzzle back in the box. But no, I'd gone to a different area of the office and found it framed on a wall. And I was like, oh, it actually happened. I didn't realize that my words had power. But it did. And then I started offhandedly mentioning things to see if things changed around the office. It does not work 100% of the time, but sometimes things happen. Like, I kept complaining about an area not having a table, because there's, like, a set of couches, but there's no, like, coffee table that anybody could use. And about 2 months later, a table showed up. And I'm not sure that was my fault, but I will take the credit for it, because I think it's funny. A town right there, and a town right there. And one more town. Hippo G complaining helps. Yes! Actually, I'll put one right here. Oh, Saribot. How you sometimes are helpful. I actually really do like Saribot. Saribot's very helpful. If any of you are streamers or thinking about streaming, Saribot can help a lot with, like, random botting things. 10 out of 10. Would suggest using. I need to flip these colors. And then we grab city. Why did you flip me? What have I done? Surely I have done nothing deserving of a flip. No, that's not true. Salmon. Oh, Clover's been flipped now. 2 more days to hightail. Backflip. 2 more days to hightail! I'm so excited! That's the only other thought I have in my head. have fishing, and I have hightail, and I have a map. Hi, Ibit. Okay, that one's there. Down. Ibit. Very excited for it. IDK if my computer will be able to run it, but I hope it can. I'm not anticipating there being a lot of issues with running Hightail. But also, it's early access, so it is incredibly likely that it will destroy several computers. A radiant walleye. I'm getting mixed messages with Ibit's title being pup, but also being a cat. That's okay. My computer doesn't meet all the minimum requirements, but it meets most of them. I believe. I will hope that it will work for you. Whoop. Look at all of them. Look at all of them fishing. Puppy cat. Yeah. Or cat dog. If you're old. Okay, 3 cities there. Weep. Do I want the capitals for the seasonal courts to be closer to the middle or further away from the middle? I mean, they're a magical race, and I'm assuming teleportation and portals will not be an issue for them. Women update. I've been told women can do whatever they want. Thumbs up by a gender fluid lesbian, and I trust them. You know what? That seems pretty accurate. As far as everything I understand about women. Oh, Rabbity has a name now. I like the fact that web fishing is still a little bit jank. Of course, I'm also sad that the dev got run off the internet, but it's fine. It happens a lot. Like, I'm thinking about, like, several devs that have gone out of their way to disappear from online very quickly after their game starts gaining success. Like, the Balatro dev has shown up to no events in person, despite winning many events, and has sent a joker in his stead, specifically to avoid situations on the internet. And there's a lot of devs out there that have stopped developing because their communities were a bit much. I want pink. I need a very obnoxious pink with a very lilac glow. Okay, we need city. Unfortunate AF. It is unfortunate that people keep proving that we can't have nice things. Map, map, map. Yes, map. You can see my mouse moving, and if I zoom way in, then you can see the circle. I have to put all these on the map list. It's fine. Reminds me I'm painting my room lilac. Hell yeah. Let's put the spring capital here. As a gender solid ace lesbian, I concur. Gender solid. Okay, if we have gender fluid and gender solids, where's the gender gas? Where's the third state of gender? Wouldn't that just be a fart? Sneak is. Yeah, so a fart. Gender oobleck. Gender non-Newtonian liquid. Gender oobleck is me. Well, I'm glad we found you. Ibit, how often do you think about Ruby? Is it just all the time? Oh no. Rabbity, there's a show that was made by Rooster Teeth that's about teenagers fighting monsters called Ruby, and it is delightful. And I hope that good things happen with it in the future because it could still finish, and I hope it does. Fluid equals both liquid or gas? I don't think I would call a gas a fluid. But yeah, gender equals fart is just sneak. Either a liquid or a gas. I reject this. It is in thermodynamics. I don't live in thermodynamics. I live in a magical world over here where I just have the giant word spring on the screen. Down here. Down here. How many towns do the other kingdoms get then? 36? No, we can't keep doing this. Clover, I let you convince me to do a large number of gods for this area, and now I only have 16 more deities for the Fae Pantheon to finish, and I can't have 36 towns for 4 different things. That's too many. I don't have bait. I don't know what you're talking about. Was it not you? Who was it that convinced me to have like a billion gods? Maybe it was Zir. Can I blame Zir now? I'm blaming Zir. I'm not blaming Zir. I'm mostly blaming myself. Rooster Teeth did not create Robot Chicken. Robot Chicken is from Adult Swim. Blame Math Girl. I thought I could do no wrong. You can blame me, I always just make another guy. I don't think it was your fault. I forget who said 36 before. It was definitely Clover. Listen, I wanted you to have many gods just like I wanted you to have a nice second book. Clover is just a bad influence so far. Not in a bad way, just a bad influence. And now I want you to have many towns. I don't need that many, though. I actually don't know the scale of the Fae realm in comparison to the real world. I just know that it's outside of time and space and that they can fix it anytime they need to. So that they can just kind of blow it up and act like they don't know nobody. You know what, Clover? I'll meet you halfway. They can have 6 towns total. Not counting the capital. 1, 2, 3, 4... 5, 6. Is 6 still too big a number? You're not allowed to be 7, though. 6 towns, 1 capital, except for the Sealy and Unsealy courts, which get 3 towns and 1 capital. But they are also condensed into a smaller space, so... I got 2 people to get their ears pierced for queer reasons. I don't see anything wrong with that. I need orange now. Orange with a yellow glow. For the summer court. City. Fish. Queer raisins. Thank you, Ether. Hi, I'm ears pierced for queer reasons. Hi, ears pierced for queer reasons. That still equals 7, but works. The capitals are gonna operate so differently than the normal towns. I got my ears pierced, but I forgot to take care of it right, and it just closed up. I still have piercing holes in my ears, but every time I've worn earrings, it drags the piercing hole down, and because I don't feel like splitting open my entire ear, I'm just not gonna wear them anymore. My ears grew over the back of my earrings. I want my ears pierced again. I mean, you can do it. You can get them re-pierced, anybody that has had it grow over. That can happen? Yes. So, I got shitty... I say shitty. They were fine. I think there was just... They pierced it in a weird spot, and so it didn't matter how light the earrings were at some point. They just kept dragging the hole down. On my left ear. So if you ever meet me in person, although you can't see my left ear very often because I'm usually wearing a beanie, you can see our piercing hole that's like a line. And it's because when I was in middle school, it started doing that and then I stopped wearing earrings. That sucks. Yeah, but at least I wear beanies now. Don't do it at Claire's? Yeah, don't do it at Claire's. My mom got them done at Walmart with guns. Yeah, they do have piercing guns. Straight cis prune. Thank you, Clover. Okay. Summer. I'm putting the summer capital right on the ocean because I think that would be fun. I also don't understand how the ocean over here works. I just know that it happens. Town. Okay, I get 6 dots after I catch this fish. Do they fish? Yes. Do they trade fish? I don't know. I haven't thought that far ahead. I've only just now started getting into the summer fae gods in the description, and I think right now, what are the ones that I'd done? I finished one earlier today. Oh yeah, I'd only done 2. There's the god of growth and the god of sunlight that I did. The other summer court gods are the god of storms, the god of strength, the god of royalty, and the god of gold. I once met a fae who was a fish in a suit. Well, see, the problem is that while I'm working... Yeah, gold. Like the metal gold. Because summer and winter have opposing metals, so one has gold, the other has silver. I tried to make sure that all the seasonal ones were, like, appropriate, sort of, for the season. This autumn knot? No. Hold on, let me go through the spring court. Spring had fertility, blooms, fruit, rain, rebirth, and beginnings. Autumn has decay, winds, harvest, celebration, sleep, and the hearth. Winter has death, snow, dreams, endings, bare branches, and silver. Anne, are you good over there? Anne. Why do you look surprised? Okay. I got my ears pierced in the middle of a mall, like, literally just this kind of pop-up stall in the mall. That was mine, too. It was not planned. My sister was getting... Well, it was planned, but it was the pop-up stand in the mall. My sister was getting her second set of holes and my mother turned to me, 5 and in kindergarten, and went, "Do you want your ears pierced?" I said, "Yes," and the people in the stall were smart enough to do both ears at the same time. I then didn't stop crying for about 15 minutes afterwards. That's valid. Tuxedo cat on Pet Finder and want her so bad. No, don't. I want more cat. I don't need more cat. I have enough cat. What the hell is she doing? She's like looking at the TV, but upside down on her cat tree. Okay. I don't understand what my cat is doing, but that's okay. Wait, I can tell you the Seelie and Unseelie gods too. Because they also have their own pantheons. The Seelie court had light, luck, plenty, pleasure, comedy, and good intentions. And then the Unseelie court has the exact opposite, which is dark, misfortune, lack, pain, tragedy, and bad intentions. Yes, good intentions and bad intentions. I like them both. But there's only 3 gods that I gave to the entirety of all of the Fae, which was law and order, merriment, and truth. And the gods are basically just residents of their respective courts, which I think is really fun, but some of them like wander around a little bit. So like the god of blooms is technically a member of the spring court, but there's flowers that bloom in a lot of different seasons. So like they just go off and like go visit the other courts and participate in other seasons as they see fit. And all of the weather ones physically bring that weather with them and can walk around the entirety of the Fae realm, which is separate from the weather and things that happen in the normal realm. So it's this interesting thing of like their powers present one way in the Fae realm and present a different way if they go out into the general plane. And then I got really into the weeds about whether or not there were like avian fae. Because I started thinking about taking my old Pathfinder character and reworking her background to make her originally fae. Well, changeling, but fae. Aether's played just a little bit of web fishing. I think I've accidentally created a separate book that I want to write. I started writing something that I was like, this will be a nice 10,000 word short story. And now that I've looked at it and I've started plotting out the entirety of the Fae realm, I'm like, I think this is just a different book. I think I've just written a prequel for a book that I haven't written yet. And I don't know how I feel about that. And then I got really into the weeds on the main character that I'm following in both of these. And then I'm like, I don't know which would be book 1 and which would be book 0.5, but one of these is something. I miss the concept of the unreliable bard. I think the unreliable bard could happen in this world, but the unreliable bard cannot happen with the characters that I'm currently following. It's so cool that you write books. Are you ever going to publish them? If I ever finish one to the extent that it makes me happy, I will. I don't know how I'm going to publish it, but I will. But really the whole world building project was a way for me to give myself something to ground a whole bunch of my stories in instead of building up like multiple different worlds every single time. So I can spend all the time I want digging really deep into world building for the entire world and then do it kind of like Discworld, yeah, Minty, where I just keep writing stories inside of the world however I want to. AKA, I want to read your stories. I forgot to go back through the Discord and find some of the old ones, but I've written short stories that I've shared with the rats before that I liked. One of them I want to move into this world, but it will take some nailing down of where I think it should go. Okay, I need to put these cities down before I forget. One there. One there. One over here. Or put one right there. I'll put one right here. I don't know what the middle of this is going to look like, but we'll figure that out another time. I remember the Ivy one and the Sinking City one. Were there others? No, it was just those two that I shared. I really liked those two. I want to put the Sinking City one in this world. Well, not this... Not this... Oh, no, don't make that small. Not this one. Not this world, but the larger overarching world that I'm working on. I think I could put that one in there somewhere. Because, like, hold on, let me open up this one. So, Wide World is this one. This is the really, really big plane. Also, the temple where the Fae entrance is right here. Is this one. I'm 95% sure it's this one. So, like, the whole map that I'm working on is technically entered through from this one point in this, and then there's the whole rest of this world that exists. That's just out here. See, the problem I'm running into is that Jeff exists, but I'm thinking that somehow Jeff is involved in what happened to the Sinking City if I move it into this world. But the Sinking City would be... probably somewhere in the middle of all of this. But like maybe right here. Like out in the middle of all of this, really far away from the shores. Like right out here. And then whoever is escaping the town gets to probably this side. Up here on the northern portion of this. Similar concept, City of Architects. Yeah, I would just straight up transfer the story into the world somehow. It would take a little bit of rewriting in order to do, but it wouldn't be that hard to take that story and put it into it. It could even be like the local legend, like there's just like this weird architecture out in the middle of the ocean. It could be related to Jeff, too. Some real fanatical people trying to wait for Jeff to come back that way. Decided to build a city out in the middle of the ocean. Forgot why they did it in the first place and then just kept building up. It would make sense. There's a lot of ways to like embed that kind of story into the world. It's not a hard one because I want to say that when I write short stories that are... I don't know if you consider Sinking City magical realism, but like it kind of is magical realism. I think I write magical realism when I do short stories. It's really easy to take something that is magical realism and turn it into a folk tale inside of a world. It's really easy to just shove it a little bit over and then it's a folktale. So it'd be really, really, really easy to do. I think I could even put Ivy. I'd have to make it less modern. I'd have to make it fit into the that's a shark. Jesus. Also go write Cowboy Yowie, Aether. I believe in you. See, this is the problem I'm having with working on the Fae Realm stuff, is that it started as I wanted to write something shorter and more magical realism than overt magic for the larger setting that I'm working on. But now it has devolved into I have the main character, Oleander, who is the main character of the first book that I started writing. I've now mapped out their entire backstory and how they got to where they did in the main story that I was writing. And I also have their entire family figured out, and their partner, which is my D&D character that I've revamped. I have no idea who this is. Who are you? Who is that? Who are you? Oh, it's Void. Hi, Void. Oleanders are poisonous, right? Or am I thinking wrong? Yes, oleander is poisonous. I had a reason for picking oleander, and now I don't remember what it was supposed to be. I just know that I really like oleander as the plant representation of that character. Hold on. Hold on. Oleander plant meaning. Oh, I know exactly why I picked it. I remember exactly I remember exactly why, because not only is the plant poisonous, it has some other representations, so it's kind of got a duality thing going on. And that's very important to how I look at how oleander operates. I can get into the weeds about this. Do you want me to get into the weeds about why oleander is named oleander? Had either a story or character named Oleander from when I was like 10 or something. That memory just came back. Yes, and all Zier said was the word weed. Okay. So. I am Rabbity. Hi, Rabbity. So. Fundamental piece of information for the larger world that I am working on. There are 5 gods that are technically the primordial gods. They are the ones that actually, like, together created the world. They are the ones that did it. So you have the 4 elemental gods, and then you have the void god, who is called the Void Mother because I love her dearly. There's those 5. These 5 sit in a weird spot compared to every other god that exists inside of the world. So every other god inside of the world besides these 5 basically exist out of belief. So every other god is because somebody started thinking about a concept or started worshiping an idea of something, and it turned into a god, which opens up a lot of really interesting room for, like, blips of gods that do exist inside of the world in the story, which I do have plans for eventually, but that's not important. Like 2B Hero X, sort of? Kind of, except if people stop believing in you, you disappear. You don't not have powers, you just don't exist. Which is fun, you know? If nobody believes in you, you just stop existing. But the difference is that those 5 gods that recognize that they are the primordial gods do not want to interact directly with the world. Every other deity that exists will walk around, will do things, will, like, intervene with people, will mess with people as they see fit. But those 5 do not. And in order to ensure that they have some sort of handle on the balance of the world, they made a deal with some of their believers. I have no bait. They made a deal with some of their believers, like way, 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 way back at the beginning of the world. They said, hey, we will give you impossibly long lives if you dedicate yourself towards working as our hands. And so they developed this group of people that are called keepers. And the way that becoming a keeper works is that you start as an initiate, and you work around the main temple for these gods, and you do all the grunt work and whatever. And then you spend 4 years each with the 4 elemental gods' orders. So fire, earth, wind, water. You spend time as an initiate in each of those. And if you make it through all 16 years, you wind up as a keeper. And you will get, like, tapped to join an order. So, like, maybe you spend, like, you do all of your time, and then you get tapped to join the Order of the Fire God. There is a 5th one, and that is the Void Mother's Order, but hers is different and weird, because the Void Mother has a complicated relationship with the rest of the world, because a lot of people assign to the Void Mother a very negative image, and she's kind of weird, because she's kind of like space-time manipulation and accidents. but she cares very deeply, and so she only picks a couple of people to tap, like, in a millennium. And I think, what was the rule that I gave her? It was either, like, 5 or 6 members of her order exist inside of this world at any given point. Is Oleander one of them? Yes, she is. But the difference is that the Void Mother's order comes with some consequences. Because if you join any of the other 4 orders, you will have a longer life. You lose a lot of your elemental, or like your environmental or genetic buffs that you would get, but you get a lot of other things from the gods that you work with inside of the Keeper Order. The Void Mother basically strips you of all of it. You lose everything about you that made you what you were before in order to join her order. So, like, I know that Oleander lived with druids when she was younger. I know that she was originally an elf. I know what color her eyes were originally. But when you meet her in the story that I was working on, her eyes are gray, her hair is black, and her skin is, like, literally pale white. Like, everything that made her any sort of, like, not human, but you know what I mean, like, human before, is stripped from her. Even, like, processing of emotions and things like that is done really differently for the people that work for Void Mother. And their powers are very confusing and interesting when they work for her. Hell moment? Kind of. But I really like the concept because the whole point of the story that I originally started was something goes wrong at the temple where those 5 gods usually reside. Oleander ends up taking a part of Void Mother with her to try and, like, preserve Void Mother from being attempted to be killed by demons, which is a concept that is very complicated. I don't know how to explain succinctly right now. And she has to go figure out how to fix what's been broken and kind of, like, rediscovering her humanity. Through all of that, and so, like, all the other stories I now have for Oleander are Oleander getting to the point of getting tapped to work for Void Mother, and, like, the process of losing humanity. It's all a very fascinating thing, and I feel very strongly about Oleander, but I don't know how to talk about it. Because every time I sit down to, like, work on it, I get distracted by, like, 15 other things that exist in the world that I want to work on. Like, I started thinking about how I would redo my Pathfinder character, because I wanted her to be a druid that knew Oleander, or was in a relationship with Oleander at one point. And then I started thinking really hard about whether or not Faye had an avian variant, and I have no answer still. Hippo Rose for you because this sounds so awesome and now I want to write so much, but yeah, and see, this is why I sit here and I just infinite notes. I have infinite notes right now because I really want to make a developed world and it's just a lot of work to do. I love writing. I wish I did it more. I believe in you, Zir. You can do more writing. Bull shark in not ocean. Interesting. He was on vacation. I love writing. I wish I had time more. It's hard. Hi, Anne. Do you wish you could write? You don't have thumbs. She just looked away from me like I told her that she... But yeah, you still don't have thumbs. Are you complaining about it? What are you doing over there? Okay, she's being a menace. I don't think Anne would be a writer. I think Anne would do street art. Anne, do you want to do graffiti? You want to go paint on a wall? I was like, yes, I would like to paint on a wall. I love hearing about your story, Zippy. That sounds so cool. And I don't know if I'll have time to ever finish it. This is like a long haul project. this is a very long haul project. So my obsidian file, which I need to go back to working on the map, but my obsidian file for this world building project is currently at 69,000 words, which is haha funny number. But also, like, that's a lot of words for world building, and I feel like I've only scratched a really small section of the world. Thank you, Ibit. Haha funny number. I'm still struggling to figure out how to use obsidian. If you're not liking it, I would say go look at any other, like, project organizer. I figured out how to make it work for me, but that's because I like having the interconnected, being able to say, like, oh, well, this god's from this pantheon, and then you click that, and then you're sent to that pantheon. It works really well for me, and I've made it work in a way that is fine. But 100%, this is not a good program for everybody. For the kind of weird world building project that I'm doing, it is perfect. For a general writing project, this would be dog shit for putting a writing project into. The only thing I'm keeping of the narrative inside of the obsidian file is just notes. What a funky little man. Anything that I do that is more succinct writing is going to wind up in a Scrivener file, because Scrivener is better for all sorts of exporting stuff. I love how obsidian looks, I just couldn't figure out how to make it work. Oh. What a fun guy Ibit's just caught. I got a little frog! Look at a little frog, a little frog. I also, for the people that are wondering how to make obsidian work, also ads are happening, I'm so sorry. I spent a lot of time just kind of like looking at other people's examples, and I was specifically looking at D&D campaign examples. Because what I am doing is the closest to creating a D&D campaign, or like doing an entire like yeah, I'm basically doing a homebrew campaign inside of like my files. I'm a simple man, will continue using .md files in a text editor. Technically that's what I am doing, it's just a slightly more complicated text editor. It's still a .md file. Tried to integrate my current 4-year world building project, but the how it works confuses me. I spent many hours one night when just decidedly my final night. Yeah, no, that's valid. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I only suggested it because I know I spend a lot of time... I spent a lot of time trying to put things into Scrivener, but Scrivener for me is much more complicated to navigate note-wise. It's not set up for what I wanted it to do. Obsidian fit that niche of exactly what I needed it to do organizational-wise. There's some interesting plugins that I'm going to be able to use for some stuff. Like I integrated the 2 moons that I have in the world into a calendar that's an extension for Obsidian. And I figured out the seasons and the calendar so that I have a mental map of where the calendar is, and I'll be able to plug in dates and like mark events on that calendar if I really want to mark like the like few like truly time sensitive canon events inside of the world. I can do that, and I will be able to very precisely point them out somewhere. But I've also kept a lot of notes about all those things anyways, so that I can integrate those into anything else, or if I decide to move away from Obsidian. But I also like Obsidian because I can just grab the folder that I keep my vault in, I can drop it onto a thumb drive, and then I can take that thumb drive and plug it into my computer. Technically, I could set it up to do an internet, like... I could set it up so that it would sync across computers, and I wouldn't have to worry about it without paying for anything for Obsidian. I'm just too lazy to do that. But if you've been working on something for 4 years already, Clover, I would not try to mess with a good thing. Okay, back to what I was doing over here. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the summer. Let's go ahead and do autumn. Nope. Yep. Autumn will get... Actually, let's do brown. So orange. With an orange glow. City. Let's put the autumn capital right here. What will it mean? I don't know, but we'll put it there. But I'm firmly of the opinion that there's a lot of ways to do... There's a lot of ways to do giant projects, and I don't think there's a singular right or wrong answer for what program you should be using for those projects. I know that there are some authors that will swear up and down that this one writing program or this one tool is like the end-all be-all of the writing process. And I've talked about this before, but like, you should go out there and test whatever it is that you think it can be, or what you think you want to try, or what you think might help you. And whatever you find that works, keep it. But your favorite author is always going to suggest what they think works, and that's not always going to be what works for you. Because everybody has a different process. There's no size that fits all. No. Like, even somebody saying, oh, well, you should use Notepad for your world building stuff would give you... You could find 15 different people that use Notepad that would also, like, tell you 15 different ways on how to organize your notes inside of Notepad. So, like, even one tool can have 15 different ways to do it. Obsidian has a bajillion because it is pretty bare bones and has a lot of plugins, and you could even develop a plugin that would help you do something that you wanted to do if you really wanted to. But it's not as simple. It's never going to be simple. And what works for writing won't work for some other things. Obviously. But... What's a world and why are we building it? Minecraft. Nope. I mean, we do world building in Minecraft. I miss the mud. No, you don't, Aether. No, you don't. Stay away from the mud. Don't go back to the mud. You are happier when you are not in the mud. Also, I think the realm is dying. Not like dying. I think the server was actually dying earlier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I want to put one back here. 6. Okay. Winter court. Rat fishing. Yeah, the rats are fishing. Shiny blue. No, I'm not ready to fish yet. I want to put... I also want this one out in the middle of nowhere. For no reason. It just seems more fun. Are we eating mud today? No. No eating mud. Guys, what's your favorite fish? Everybody's gonna say gar. That's not true, but a lot of people are gonna say gar. Okay, well that's a car, which is close. 3, 4, 5, 6. Does an axolotl count? Oh, coelacanths. I don't like fish. I'm gonna throw Ibit into the ocean. Fugu, so pufferfish. Is an axolotl a fish? Pickles. I'm not gonna question that one. Rainbow trout. Rainbow trout are pretty. They're cucumber fish? What? Oh, Ibit, I think we're just talking about the ones that are pretty that you like looking at. I don't think any of us are eating the coelacanth. Sea fish are cool, but do I know the names of them? No. Pickles live in brine. Okay, I guess. That's fine. What's your favorite fish to look at? Okay. If they aren't in the brine, they aren't pickles. They are cucumbers. Okay. That's valid. That's valid. I'm a fan of clownfish. There's just a lot of good fish. You're a clown, says the person with a clown nose on right now. Snail. Whew. I also have a clown nose, it's okay. I see 2 clowns. Clown butts. Okay. Okay, we've named all of those, which means now I get to do labeling. Not glow, outline black. I don't need Lancelot. What was the one that I used before? Oh, you're so tiny. Maybe I did use that font before. Maybe. Woo! Woo. What did Woo say? Do clowns have nuts? Just FYI, my wife, who was going to be marine biologist, read that and gave me the dirtiest look. It's a valid response to what you said. IDK, he's the clown, he should know. Oh, Boyd has a name again. Hi, Boyd. I'm about to get punched into the water. Oh, no, Void has changed their mind. Gonna find out for Ferret BRB. Okay. Well, that's your answer, Ibit. I don't know what to tell you about that one. Woo, no. And there I go into the water. I'm still fishing, though. Okay. Well, that's interesting. You initiate the side quest for me? I'm gonna find out. Okay. Wait, what do I do for this? What region is this? How do I integrate this into the map system that I already figured out? Shit. I guess I come up with new region numbering. Trader, did you know that- oh, Agar! That 6 years ago I got accepted to be an RTX Guardian for the first time? I'm proud of you, Wibbit. I have no bait. Crickets. I miss RTX. It's dead. So that would make What were capitals? I've been punched. Where is my map numbering? Turn off this section. Oh, turn off all of these sections. Map reference sheet. Those are the regions, the territories. Capitals are K's. Cities are C's. I don't have any other temples. Maybe... Alligator! My face is in it. Okay, I figured it out. Just in time for the fishing to happen again. That's not the I don't like this font. Aladdin? Nope. Nope. Bilbo. Nope. What did I use before? Why is this font different? I could go open the thing and figure out what it is. I think I used Book Basic. That A is very diagonal. And Lancelot's not it. Marco 1. Maybe it was Merryweather. I'm pretty sure it might have been Merryweather. Yeah, it's this one. We'll do FR1. Why are they all character names? I'm assuming because they... I actually don't know why they're all character names. Somebody was having a fun time, I guess. They are all characters? I mean, technically also letters of the characters, so... It does make sense. B1, FR1... Merryweather's a character. Aladdin. Frederica. Kataba. Yeah, those are characters. C2 FR1. And then this one is C3. Oh, not exclamation point. I feel like I should be scared of whatever Void's doing, but it's probably fine, right? Okay. Those are all correct. Nope, please go away. I do not need... Oh, I should... Can I make a separate map reference sheet for this so that it's separate from the general world? That would probably make the most sense, right? Well, at least some of these files that I thought I had done for like a one-time only thing won't go to waste. Okay. New page. Put it next to that one. Bay map reference sheet. And then I'm going to try to figure out if I can copy the top of this and then drop it in here. Yes. Okay. I'm scared of Void in the background. It's fine. I don't know what Void's doing over there. Also, I suppose it's worth asking if you read more of my writing. I need to finish putting my thoughts into order so that I can send you all of my notes about things. And also, I will try to do it on Tuesday. I've set Tuesday as a weird sort of day to get a whole bunch of stuff done on top of playing Hightail. So if you don't hear from me on Tuesday, then yell at me, Zir. Yell at me in my DMs, yell at me in chat, yell at me all the time. No, Void's drinking soda or beer or something over next to the vending machine. I can see that clown face. I could spot that clown nose anywhere. Yell at mnemonic on Tuesdays. Oh, Void's tall. Void's large now. Weep, my map has saved. Okay. Regions. I don't think I need territories because the territories are just gonna be the same. I do need this row, which is capitals. And then I need the cities list. Cities/towns. Weep. Hi, Wooloo. Where's the rest of it? I don't have temples on here, but they probably will add some temples. We might do that after I get this sheet organized and I get some of the towns organized. Meow. And then the landmarks. There's so many reeling noises. Okay, that's all there. I keep hearing your map stuff, Trader, and thinking it's Amogus. I've snuck Amogus into this. I've snuck Among Us into this. I keep reading it while waiting in my classroom because I usually get to class half an hour early, but then people keep talking to me, interrupting my friend neat world building writing time with socializing of all things absurd. Oh yeah, Wooloo, you can join the web fishing if you want to. I don't think about this a lot, but I'm very glad that there are no foods I need an EpiPen to enjoy. Okay, Woo, if you need an EpiPen after eating a food, that is not a food you get to enjoy. That is a food to avoid. If I couldn't have, like, dairy or something, I'd go broke faster than I would die. Worried about you. I'm half an hour from home, but sure, once I'm home. Oh, there's no rush. If you're not in a place where you can join, that is also valid. But if you wanted to join, you can do it. There's a dog somewhere. I think it's over there. What's the... Yeah. Is it over there? No. Where is it? Oh. That's a shark? I actually don't know where it landed. I cannot see the smoke up here. I'm allergic to cantaloupe, but that don't stop me from enjoying the spicy goodness of cantaloupe. If you need an EpiPen, that is not a food to consume, though. Is it spicy in the same way that pineapple is spicy? I don't need an EpiPen, so it is a food to consume, which is fine, because I know a lot of people like that will eat foods that are, like, mild allergic reaction. Just please don't do anything stupid. Please take care of yourselves. Is it really the rats if we don't worry you? I think I'm just worried about a lot of people in the world. I think I'm just worried about a whole bunch of you. Okay, Sealy Court is... FR... Oh, I need to make a whole new section for this as well. I guess I just make a new folder and I name it Fae Locations. Maybe this is a problem for later me to figure out, and current me can just write down a whole bunch of stuff. 5 stream streak. Congrats. I'm to drive and not get distracted. Talk to you later once I'm home. Have fun. Be safe. Okay, so FR1. It's gonna be Sealy, Unsealy, Spring, Summer, Fall, Winter. So it's gonna be 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. FR2, FR3, FR4, if I could do numbers. Okay. I played web fishing once forever ago and somehow ended up with 9 trillion beer. I am so worried about why you have so much beer in your inventory. Oh, I forgot that when you drink in the video game, it adds typing errors. No, Aether, no. You are not Asgore. You do not get to run over a suspiciously deer-shaped lump in the road. Asgore. Asgar. Someone draw Asgore as a fish, please. Woo, stop eating dairy. I know so many lactose intolerant people that go, yeah, but what if I just like... don't care. Sealy Court, Unsealy Court, Spring Court, Summer Court, Autumn Court, Winter Court. That's what I was just saying, Ziploc. All lactose intolerant people love the dairy. They all make themselves suffer. I'd never do that, trader. Lactose intolerant? That could not be me. It's all of you. It's all of you. Yeah, but all of y'all will eat the dairy and then go, my stomach hurts. Every single time. And that's why I'm gonna roast all of you until the end of time. I feel bad for y'all. Get your money up, not your funny up. You heard? I don't know. Y'all'd have known that about me, to be honest. Thank you, Ibit, for saying the most Texan thing ever with y'all'd. I have one food allergy and it is shrimp. Keep the new hat. Size matters. Thank you, Aether. You're going to end time? No. Y'all'd. Yeah, you all would have. The most Texan thing you could have said. Y'all'd. Do others not say that? No. Y'all'd. Thank you, Boyd. Also, I could never end time. I'd be sad if time was gone. I have a soda can. It's the Texan disease. Very/J. Don't kill me. If it's not going to kill you. I'd say Yaldiv, and I'm not Texan, but it comes out of a sense of irony. I'm coming to get you does not mean that they're going to kill you. Maybe Ibit is made of dairy. Ibit, are you made of cheese? I'm Texan, I've never said that. I've only heard it from Texans. And people online saying it ironically, and then it unironically becomes part of their lingo. Oh. Bye, Void. We'll miss you. I'm made of hugs and cuddles and cupcakes. Ibit's made of cheese. Night freaks, excluding Clover and Star and like one other rat of Trader's choosing. Why do I get to choose somebody to be excluded from freaks? I normally say y'all because I worry guys is gonna offend people because it's not technically gender neutral or whatever. You could say folks. You could say every pony and really freak out people. Were you choosing to not be a freak? I guess Clover was already excluded. I guess T is excluded. T's not even here, but I'm excluding T. Who will you damn forever? What? Rude. Well, everybody else I could think of does watch Sneak at least on some basis or has in the past, so I can't exclude you from being a freak because you're all freaks. Good to know T is going to Super Hell. I miss Supernatural. I don't, but I miss Supernatural. Does that mean I'm going to Super Hell? Yeah, you're going to Super Hell with T. So at least you get a buddy. Nobody's being doomed to Miami. Question? Yes? What's Super Hell? You know what? I don't even know. It was like in the very last season of Supernatural. I have no idea what it really wound up being. Miami, Florida, basically. Okay. No, Trader was the only one who can send someone to hell, don't worry. Seattle, Florida? You know what? Fuck it, it's Seattle, Florida. Super Hell exists in Seattle, Florida. I liked Miami sorta. Got stuck there for a day. It happens. Let me tell you a story. I'm scared. Yay, going to the gay bees. Ah, the gay bees. I forgot about the gay bees. How'ja is another one. Oh, I know that one. Wait, I need to work on the map. Gay bees in Seattle, Florida. Yeah, so the gay bees, I guess I don't need a K1 on this one because there's only one capital of any region. The gay bees were a whole bunch of bees kept attaching themselves to the rainbow in World 6. So they were the gay bees in Seattle, Florida. As a kid, I really disliked words starting with N or as the second letter. My old English teacher in elementary asked me why, and I told them why. I'm scared of the rest of the sentence. Broke my toenail earlier, and I'm going to be so annoyed trying to sleep tonight because it's just going to keep catching on the blanket, but I can't just pull it off because it broke pretty far up the nail, to be honest. Can you wrap a bandage around it? It doesn't make sense. N is a stupid letter. Why does it not make a sound something like in the word enjoy? N is just a stupid letter. Okay. Hi, my name is Michael with a B. There's a B in here? Maybe I only have those small ones. Oh. Of course, now I know better. It doesn't work that way, and that's just the way that elementary schooler brains work. No, that makes sense. When I was a kid, I guess I would have been 5 or 6. My parents took me on a trip to London. I think I was 6. They took me on a trip to London. And I, a 6-year-old, said on the plane, "I'm done, open the door." Because in my head, at that point in time, the logic was, if the door of the plane opened, we were there. So 6-year-old me had some sort of logic, which was that if the door opens, plane ride's over. They started encouraging me to use words that utilize N as the first or second letter. Thinking back on it now, I think I know what she was doing. Yes. You know what it ended up being all these years later? I realize it. What? What was it, Woo? She was enabling me. I'm blowing you up with my mind. Did they open the bathroom door and shove you in there? No, they did not. I think they just explained that that was not how it worked and that I had to still sit on the plane for a little bit longer. But yeah, I was a child. I wasn't really ready for figuring that out. Life is the longest joke? I guess. FR3. Nope, that's a 2. Okay. C1, FR3. C2, FR3. We'll move that up a little bit. C3, FR3. C4. Kaboom! C5. Come on. That one. And then C6. Boop. Object impermanence, can't see the sky, not in the sky. Yeah. Or is that super object permanence? Even if ground not there, ground should be there, so ground must be there when opened the door. I think it was my misconception of how movement through the sky works. I don't think I quite understood how time and space worked at the age of 6. I didn't understand that there was a correlation between how much time happened and also me being able to get out of the plane. FR4. C1, FR4. C2, FR4. C3, I'm moving this one down here. I'm gonna have so many files I need to add. This is so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. Can I use your 6-year-old experience in a story? Absolutely. There's lots of good stories about young me. I really like young me using the words "God damn it" accurately. Because obviously, like, when you're a kid, you're listening to everybody around you. Even if you're not saying it, like, you're internalizing those phrases that people are saying so that you know how to use them yourself. You're learning the social cues. So obviously, at some point, my parents said "God damn it" out loud, and I took that, internalized it. And then getting out of a car, I think this is when I was a kid in Ohio, so there were probably puddles on the ground. I dropped my stuffed animal into a puddle and said, "God damn it." Like, with the right inflection. This wasn't like just like the kid of like, "God damn it." It was like, "God damn it" kind of tone. Like, I understood that it was a tone of annoyance. A child has done the same. I apparently did it to my parents once when they were having a conversation about somebody. I don't remember who it was about. But, like, I don't remember which of my parents said that they were a bitch or something. But the other parent said, like, what did you say? And I came into the room and said, they said they were a bitch, like that. My favorite Little Me story about words is coming downstairs to my mom while reading and asking her while she was making dinner, Mom, what's a bitch? I asked my mom, what's a bastard once? Which I can actually remember what book did it. It was Inkheart. Oh. Both in these nuts. There was, I think at some point they call somebody a bastard, and I didn't understand what bastard meant. She has been caught several times saying, for fuck's sake. Oh no, Star. Itty bitty. Crab. Hi, Ibit. I know what book did that, but I just no longer want to acknowledge those books. That's fair. Like mother, like daughter. It happens. All I know about Little Me and talking was that my first almost sentence were, food now and put here. I actually do know what my first sentence was. My dad told me what my first sentence was. Do you want to know what my first sentence was? And the story that preceded it? Oh god, how old was I though? I don't know. Was it cat related? No. It was not cat related. I think my first word was more, but I don't remember anything else. That's valid. So my first sentence, like my first really good full sentence. I don't know if it was a birthday party or if it was friends were hanging out at the house or like my parents had arranged a play date or something. It doesn't really matter how there were people at the house. There were just other kids, other adults, other people in the house. And I, at some point, apparently disappeared from the events. I was not around places where other people were. I was gone. So my dad goes to look for me. We were in our house, so luckily it was like this was home territory, so I knew where things were. It wasn't like I was wandering around somebody else's house. My dad went, I think upstairs or something, and he found me in my bedroom where my toy chest, I had pulled every single item out of my toy chest, and I had just climbed into the toy chest, and I saw my dad, and I closed the door to the toy chest. And my dad opens it and says, "What you doing?" And I say, in my infinite child wisdom, "I'm running away, Dad." So I think maybe me being an introvert has been prophesized for a lot longer, and I decided that I was done with people. And so I went and put myself inside of the toy chest to get away. Because, you know, normal kid things. Child me was certainly a person. I guess still is a person? I'm a person. I'm a regular guy. I can move through space. Child me got bit by a grasshopper and yelled that it was eating me. I love the way that kids just say things. hold on, where's my, oh, not that, not that. I don't want that. I don't want that. Give me this. Why'd the thing happen? Why can't I move this? Okay. Oh, wow, you're a real person? How'd you manage that? Magic. I had a bunk bed without a bottom bed, and that bottom little cubby was like my running away spot. Listen, sometimes you just need a place to go. My child was sick and high. She was ranting about how, about them stealing all her blood and she needed it back. I mean, she did need it back. She needed that blood. Funny enough, my first word was lucky because it was my late dog's name. Aww. Who is them? Whoever they were. She needed that blood back. No, she needs to stop eating plants. Well, that too. Two things can be true. The bad people in Scrubs, yeah. Okay. KFR6. Oh, I didn't grab the dash, but that's fine. We'll grab the dash from here. It's traumatic for her. They gave her a robot heart. I mean, yeah, it is traumatic. Want to hear the wildest fucking take I've ever heard in my life? Should I be scared, Zero, of the take? She had to wear a heart monitor. Yeah. When you consume something like that, yeah, you have to keep an eye on the heart, because it can mess with your heart. If they don't know what's wrong with you, they gotta check everything. Oh, I have items. Cosmetic olive tank top. Cosmetic tan pants. Amazing. Weep. C3FR6. Actually, I'm putting you down here. Ah. I didn't add a whole bunch of spaces. Nobody saw anything because none of you can see what I am doing on this map. All you can see is sometimes I move the map around and it saves. I like to say she learned a lesson, but she certainly didn't the first time. One day she'll learn her lesson. Maybe. Actually, what does my fishing journal look like? I've gotten all the normals. I need to get all the shinings done. I need to get all the glistening, opulent, radiant. I'll buy some upgrades after this. I hope she's not an idiot. She'll be whatever she is. Yeah, in Deltarune, the adults and parents are useless because they want to destroy the concept of family. They want to destroy the concept? Where are they getting this want to destroy the concept of family from anybody from? You know them. They. I know she's a human, but reminds me of how when my dog ate chocolate the first time, the discharge note said in bold letters, "She will not learn from this," and this has become an in-joke with the family. How the hell did they get to the idea that the parents and adults in Deltarune want to destroy the concept of family? I want to understand that person's brain. And also light something on fire. Okay, now time to put all of these in here. There's 6 capitals. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's going to be a number of towns somewhere. Because the kids can't tell their parents about what's going on, I guess, so they're implying to kids they can't trust their parents. That's not what's happening. Even a charitable read of Deltarune would not have that. Maybe it's just someone internalizing their own stuff. That's mostly what I see. You know what? That is correct. If you ever see somebody have the wildest fucking take about a TV show or another piece of media, and you're like, that is so far removed from what's actually happening, 9 times out of 10, it is something that they are dealing with internally, and they're projecting a lot onto the medium that nobody else is seeing. Also, hi Aldrith, I hope you're doing well. It is Fibsheim. That is definitely that is a wild take. I think it's because the person in question is conservative conspiracy brained. Even then, they're dealing with something internally. Sometimes it will rely on a single sentence that they clearly did not understand, or a single sentence that they saw themselves in and suddenly went, oh yeah, all of these problems I've had, they're because of this. It's... I have seen people give wild takes because they see themselves in one sentence. I've been doing alright. Things have been fairly hectic around here lately. Well, I hope that they're getting better. Time to add all the capitals to this list that nobody can see because I'm hiding it. Never mind, it's time to fish. As soon as I add all of these file names, oh, that's a big fish. I can only hope that things start getting better soon. Hope is the thing that you cannot beat. Hold on to that hope. What is the poem? It's an Emily Dickinson one. Hold on, now I have to look it up. Hope is the thing with wings. Oh, with feathers. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul, sings the tune without the words, and never stops at all. And sweetest in the gale is heard, and sore must be the storm, that could abash the little bird that kept so many warm. I've heard it in the chillest land and on the strangest sea, yet never in extremity it asked a crumb of me. I love that poem very much. In my World Lit class, one lady had a wild take about death constant beyond love, but it turns out she was just projecting a lot of personal feelings, which learning about her surrounding circumstance, yeah, that made it, that take made a lot more sense. That's the one thing, like, it is okay to call out somebody's bad take about a piece of media. If somebody starts double downing, or doubling down, I guess would be the appropriate way of saying that, doubling down on a take that seems very wild, I let it go. Because sometimes somebody needs to just have that wild take about something in order to process whatever it is that they're going through. And I'm not going to get in the way with that. Maybe they will eventually figure it out, but that is up to them. 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sure. Was was less a bad take and just that's not what the story is about take. Well, that's what when I say bad take, I mean like it is unrelated, it doesn't make sense, it doesn't fit into what is there. Not like bad as in like, I don't know. It just doesn't fit. Like, it doesn't, they really, like, stuck on it, and, like, you try to explain to them, like, hey, this thing, I didn't happen this way in the story, like, events A, B, and C happened, but you saw this weird, like, in-between, this B&a-half event that didn't exist. If they double down on it, I let it go. Was thinking bad faith. There are definitely people that give bad faith takes as well. I know how to run. I didn't misplace my fingers on the keyboard. Hello. Sell all of my fish. Scroll up, scroll down. Scroll these nuts. Sell all has been an option this whole time? Yes. Yes, it has. I don't have enough for that thing. I've maxed my camp tier. We'll get that one. Imps. Yes. The code is still available for any rats that want to fish. You do not have to, but if you want to fish and hang out, you definitely can. Well, now I want to rewatch the video from John Green about Auld Lang Syne. Okay, I'm home. Hi, Wooloo. Oh. Welcome back. Now you can fish. If you want to. I think the person with the Deltarune take was also trying to expand it to like all media that's aimed at the same thing, like protagonist age as Deltarune. That's like YA kind of vibe. Did my best to explain, no, that's a normal trope of YA fiction that's been around basically since YA fiction. There are a lot of reasons for it, and none of them include destroying the family. How does one join? So there's a code in the community events channel in the Discord. You take that code, you paste it somewhere, and you can join. I mean, the trope from YA fiction about, like, kids not telling their parents about what weird magical thing is going on is an extension of a kid trying to figure out how to cope with things in their own life. Which, again, is not about... We have another stranger that has joined the game. It's another trope of, like, kids learning how to process things and them applying it to the magical realm of, like, the world's going to end, they're still not going to tell their parents about it. You have to figure out how to do it on your own, learning about how to not be responsible, but do things. It's an interesting take for sure. FR, whoa, okay. Oh, Wooloo, you're so tiny. What a good fish. Small. It's also very normal developmentally for teenagers to want independence and not tell their parents things. Yeah. Also, like, a lot of times adults in a story might say magic isn't real, and so it's the kids learning how to form opinions outside of the adults from them a bit. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why kids in stories don't tell the adults about what's going on, and a lot of it mimics the learning about the world that kids normally do. Around that age, that teenage age where they start becoming way more independent and start trying to, like, change everything up. It's okay. I loved reading YA novels. Now I read them and go, you're such an idiot. But also, I get it. Same. It's also like the cell phone problem in horror movies. Yeah. We're all idiots in the world of giant frogs. Oh, to be an idiot in a world of giant frogs. Oh, to be a giant frog. Yeah, that just solved the problem, and so you gotta make a reason why it doesn't? Yeah. Gar! Alpha Gar. I saw a Gar. Oh, I forgot to copy that correctly. Looked like a long-nosed car. Gar. Gar. Long-nosed car. Ads are supposedly starting soon, but I don't believe that they're really starting soon. Maybe one day the ads will happen. But you know what will happen in 2 days? Hightail. I'm so excited for Hightail. I know I don't sound that excited outwardly, but I need you to know how excited I am about Hightail, and I can't wait to break that game. I'm gonna break that game. And then I'm going to send the devs a lovely letter of, I broke it, I'm so sorry. Boop. Trying to explain to someone why no one has been to the moon since the 70s. Oh. I don't know how you explain that to somebody. But it'll happen. Oh, the ads happened. Hi, ads. Cost a lot of money, is impractical. Can't just put robot there. She thought Katy Perry went to the moon in that stunt a while back. I had to break it to her. Can we talk about the fact that Katy Perry has definitely seemed changed, not in a positive way, about that one trip to space? I like how excited about fishing Wooloo is. Electric Boogaloo. Stimming. Valid. Sounds like that don't help anyone. No, it made What's-His-Face really upset too. When the men went to space, what's his name who played Kirk? He seemed so disappointed by space. But I also don't know what he expected. Like, it changed him for the worst. It was like, oh, I spent all this time on TV being this person that is, I guess, excited about space and exploration, but as soon as I am confronted with how small I am in space, I'm sad about it. I love those fish. Big fish. I think I'm scared of space's vastness, but it's still cool. I mean, it's so impossibly large. It's like really thinking about the difference between 1 million and 1 billion. Because we hear those numbers thrown around all the time, but like, we've lost a lot of context for why some of those things matter. Or like what they really, really mean. So like 1 million seconds. 1 million seconds would be... Hi, Darren. 1 million seconds in hours is 277 hours. That's not a lot. Like, that's a reasonable... If I had to put that into days, that's what? 11 days? Now, if suddenly you change that to 1 billion seconds into days, instead of 11 days, it is 11,000 days, which is 31 years. Like, that's the difference between 1 million and 1 billion. And while we deal with numbers in a way where it feels like less... It's more tangible in a way, even though it's still, like, massive and our brains aren't really rapping about it. When you're faced with something as incomprehensibly big as space, it is okay to feel uncomfortable and upset by it. And even be a little bit confused about how to feel about it, because we are literally not made to try to boil something like that down into a concise feeling. It's okay to not know. I love radio ants. They're cool. I should learn how to make plushies and make plushies of radiodonts. You should. We're little guys on a rock, and I don't think about that a lot. Think about that a lot. Yeah. We're just out in space. We're just vibing. We're having a good time. We're existing. I think that's the most important part, is that it doesn't really matter. Like, if you enjoy thinking about space and you enjoy looking at space and thinking about how big the universe is, go for it. If you hate it, don't do it. My friend posted a super high-res photo of Saturn taken from a phone cam through a telescope, and I was like, awesome, and then immediately got sick to my stomach because of space big. That's valid. It's okay. It is interesting the ways that our bodies respond to impossibly large subject how do deal with, and most of the time our brains go sick now. It'd be sick to experience zero gravity. There's some experiences that can simulate zero gravity. It's not true zero gravity, but it can get you pretty close to what it would feel like for a period of time. Saturn visible tonight? If it is, it's not visible here. I've held a meteorite that was 7.7 billion years old and went, oh cool, and then sat in silence when I realized it was older than our sun. Yeah, it's hard. It is hard. But also, if the subject is making you uncomfortable, don't worry, you're here, in the here and now, with us, on Earth, in a space that exists. And those are the only spaces that you need to worry about right now. Okay. I need to figure out how I'm going to organize the Fey Realm stuff. I have sent you an info dump letter. Oh boy. I forgot I have letters from people. I think I just go, that's a number, and not even try to comprehend it. Yeah. At the bottom. Oh. I've deposited an extinct species known as Anomalocaris into your pockets. Please enjoy this 520 to 499 million old arthropod. They existed in the Cambrian period and were thought to be large predators of the time. They used their frontal appendages as grasping tools to pick up prey. I caught a walleye. Their name means strange shrimp. Because when first discovered, the only frontal appendages were found and they looked like shrimp. Except. Do I have friend in my pocket now? Friend. I've added it to my collection of creatures. Is that what you actually named it? I love John. I'm keeping John forever. Okay. Time to continue my document creation. I'm not fishing yet. Let me finish numbering things. Okay, I finished. Now I can catch things. Hightails on Tuesday, and you know what happens next month, rats? You know what happens next month that I'm so excited about? Silksong DLC? No, we don't know when it's coming out. Rat Realm next month. Which also means that I have to work on Rat Realm, but... Rat Realm next month. I wish fish were real. I wish fish were real too. There's this great video from a guy who uses sports balls to represent distances between planets in our solar system. It's wild. IDK about next month, but I'm pretty excited for Woolhaven this month. Oh, that's right! The Cult of the Lamb DLC is soon. I've been playing Signalis lately. Oh, I love Doomed Lesbians. I need to go back and get the other ending. Well, I need to go back and get the hard-to-get ending. I want to see that ending very badly because I want to see the ending very badly. I haven't beaten it yet, first playthrough. I'm not saying anything, you'll be fine. I don't know how I would even tell you right now how to get to that ending because that ending is, you have to do some very specific things during your entire playthrough in order to make it happen. Somebody else has joined. Who is it? Also, I want to change my title. I'm doing this one. No one can stop me. Welcome, blank. It me. Hi, Darren. I see you through the trees. You know what I do find interesting? Almost all of the rats pick cats. The number of people that have played web fishing that have picked the dog are very few and far between. And I think it's very funny. But Meow Meows, you can like both. Okay, do I want to add temples? To my map? I think the answer is yes. I think I was the dog for a little bit because Tastic Wolf. I mean, that's a valid choice. So many cats, though. The only dog I know of is Super, I think. He's the only one I can really think of off the top of my head. I know that there was somebody else that was a wolf, but I can't remember who. Okay. Temple. Select you. Go over here. Nope. Select. Copy. No, I need to change the everything about you. Can I just... No, because that won't work. Whoop. There was a way that I did this before where I got it to copy and paste correctly. No, maybe it is correct. No, because it's not that. Me, I've never played web fishing. Oh, Wooloo has a name now. I didn't realize Wooloo had a name now. I like the way that people slowly get names. I just meow IRL sometimes, so cat seems fitting. You know, I can think of a lot of people I know that just meow sometimes IRL. And I don't know what that says about them, but it certainly says something. I meow IRL. It's a stim of mine, to be honest. I only meow when Bella does it first. I meow at Anne sometimes, but also I just say meow sometimes. She probably thinks I'm making fun of her. What do you think the cats think when we meow at them? Do you think they think about it, or do you think they just don't care? Ugh. Poor imitation. I like to think that the cats also think that we're just yelling about taxes at them. This is a temple, which I don't remember what the label is. It's M. I don't think I'm gonna give more than one temple per area, so we'll just do the M. It's so true, Wooloo. And do bird calls. Made my stim transfer over to 0 when we hung out and I meowed around her. Uh-oh. When people meow around me, I meow back. It's a perfectly normal response. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. I have no bait. Perfectly normal thing to be doing, and definitely not at all abnormal in any way, shape, or form. Why did my brain say the snack that meows back goldfish? That's not correct at all. Wooloo's living a very normal life, too. The snack that meows back. Me. Yeah, that'll work. Labels. My poor boyfriend has to deal with my meowing. It's okay, he also meows. Okay, so what I'm learning is that for the rats, you guys do a lot of meowing. I don't know what this means for you, but I guess it's something. I'm only a rat by name. No, you're here, Wooloo. You're a rat now. Wooloo, you have spent more than 1 second inside of this chat. You're a rat now. Nope, you're a rat now. I hate to break it to you. It happens that quickly. There's nothing you can do about it. Become assimilated into the rat amalgamation. Or something. put this one right here. Come on. Now I want ice cream? Didn't we just go over why you should not be eating ice cream? Welcome to the soup pot of rats. Yeah, once you're here, you can't leave. See, what I do is you guys do the thing that those mouse traps do, where they put like a snack on top of a lid that can spin around, and then you walk onto it looking for a snack, and then you fall into the bucket, and then it flips over and somebody else falls in after you. I'm honestly surprised you haven't mixed me and Wooloo up yet, since we have the same color and length of name. I think it's because your icons in front are different, and so my brain doesn't mix it up. Have you seen the old black powder revolver mousetraps? I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Weep. Wap. M. FR1. Weep. Okay. Kaboom in the middle of the night, one less rodent, or a home invader, but who knows? Do not do that to the rodents. That's so mean. I don't want that trap. I want a humane trap where I put you all in a bucket. I don't think that makes it better. I don't know if it makes it better. I'll figure that out a different day. No, I get to put down the symbol. I want to put down the symbol. Let me put down the symbol. Right here. Okay. Put me in the crab bucket. I will return to God's favorite creature, crab. I heard somebody describe crabs as God's job and humans as God's pet project. And I guess trees would also be God's job. I also heard somebody say that palm trees have wood, and I was like, they don't, they're grass, and I don't know. It's trees and crabs, all the way down. I think evolution and God are constantly fighting. I mean, probably, but I think God's job is crabs. What do you mean, palm tree no wood? It's not made of wood. It's grass. A palm tree is more closely related to grass than it is tree. Not all crustaceans, just crabs? Yeah, just crabs. Yeah, also bamboo is grass too? Yeah, bamboo is also not wood. I've messed up my game resolution and I cannot fix it. Well, now I'm worried about how bad your resolution is, but welcome here, Darren. I hope that you can see well enough to fish. You need to close and relaunch it to try and fix it, maybe? If it's not wood, why can I use it for wood crafting recipes in Minecraft? Because Minecraft is not a realistic simulation of life. But Moonbase Alpha is a realistic simulation of life on a satellite. I miss that video so much. I think about it all the time. Hey you. John Madden. I think it's my 6-month time to rewatch it. It's not a realistic depiction of geology, but only that. Thank you, Wooloo. Okay, well now we have to do the... You just sound like a Deltarune character when you do the E's. Football. Football. 999. 999. Sorry, I think about that video all the time, and I think about that video all the time. Hi, Zier. Zier has joined the game. I see a Zier running around over there. And now I can watch a Zier from here. I am stuck on the geometry. How do I go up? A Zier. Who is drinking sodas? Doing something. Okay. Label. Beep. A wep. M. FR4. This fishing is taking me away from my map making. That's okay. We're here to hang out and have a good time. This one. Symbol. Click. Click. Save the custom colors so I can use them. Symbol. Custom colors. Down. This one. We'll put it right there. Label. Beep. M. FR5. Why did I have to make a new map? Why did I do this to myself? Why did I add more stuff to this? Oh, there goes Darren. I miss Darren. What's the map for? So, Ulu, I like writing a lot, and I decided to make a world building project. And then when I was working on my world building project, I suddenly remembered that the Fae existed. That's a large sturgeon. I suddenly remembered that the Fae existed, and I could not find a way to make the Fae's funkiness fit into a single area of the world. And I said, you know what? D&D has the Feywilds. I'm making a separate Fae world where the Fae go to. And so I started working on it, and now I have a giant map for just the Fae. Did I need to do this to myself? Absolutely not. Was it going to happen? Probably, because I don't know how to stop myself. I don't need the rest of these. I can pull them back if I need them. Let's put the Winter Court Temple somewhere. Wooloo has fish. A beep. I've made Among Us noises. Let me label things. FR6. Have you seen the creature? Yes, I have seen the creature. This save isn't that far along, but that's because my computer that had my original Webfishing save on it, died. And the way that Webfishing does its save files is funky, so I lost a whole bunch of that information, but I have seen the creature before. Jellyfish. Welcome back, Darren. I hope that it's fixed. I hope that you are able to see now. Anyways, this is your call to work on a really long project that's going to take so many years to work on and finish, but it brings you such joy to do it, and that it doesn't matter if you actually finish it. You just get the joy out of doing something. That's a whale. What did I put in here? Am I going to be afraid when I turn around? Yes, in fact, I am afraid. Okay, I'm leaving. Think that's my fish? Probably. Why afraid of the void? I'm not afraid of the void. Void mother. I like the void mother a lot. She's very silly and goofy. Alligator. Or crocodile, I forget which one. One of them. Or sea crab. Crocodile. Yeah. Close enough. Okay. MFR. That just sounds like I'm saying motherfucker, but that's fine. It goes Sealy, then Unsealy. Sealy Court Temple. Unsealy Court Temple. Spring Court Temple. Summer Court Temple. Autumn Court Temple. That's a fish winter court temple. Cool. I love the contrast between me and Wooloo. Joy and whimsy. Two little guys just hanging out. One of them just wants to fish peacefully, and the other is so excited to be here at all hours and all the time. And all of them are very acceptable and wonderful things to be. I am sorry that this one is not a very exciting soup day. It's not very, it's not a very active one. I could have changed it, but this is what the wheel gave me, and I feel like I have to obey the wheel if we get to a point where everybody's rigging the poles so everything is balanced. This is good. As long as you guys are happy, that's what matters. I think if my character is a little more forced on a fishing trip, again, you like the fishing trip, maybe a little bit with us. Dragged Zero along. Yeah, no, that's valid. I always love chill web fishing time. I just feel like I get, maybe I just get in my own head about whether or not I'm being, I don't know why my brain went this way, a good host. It just, like all streams, it just becomes a ramble time for me, and sometimes I feel like that's not doing enough for the community, but then I remember that you guys showed up and stayed here because you like the weird rambles that I go on, and it's fine. Ramble streams are fun, yes. But it's easy to get in your own head about things sometimes. Do I need to do anything else on this map? If I've got the cities and the capitals and the temples marked, and there's nothing else that I need to do. I need to add trees eventually, but that's not a right now problem. Of course, it's easy to get into your own head. You live there. Rent free. I mean, you say that. I don't need to add the trees right now because I don't know how anything's gonna look. My anxiety has rent overdue. That's real. That's so incredibly real. I gotta head out, but I love this. Have a good time zone, Wooloo. Take care of yourself. Lionel. Toothier? Who's here? Oh. Lastly, a song. What a beautiful song. Oh. There they go. Jumping into the distance and then finally disappearing. Eventually. There they go. I need to rewrite one of my stories. I have 50k word draft from doing Nano one year, but I found an outline I wrote before that draft and the plot... Well, if somebody wants that, they can have that. Jesus. I wrote before that draft and the plot and the outline is so much better than the draft, to be honest. That's valid. My wife always hates web fishing every time I have to refresh almost every 10 minutes. I'm pretty sure that's just your wife in general, Minty. Your internet in particular hates everything and everything. Well, everyone and everything, not everything and everything. IDK, how my wife feels about web fishing? Thanks, Star. You should ask her about the game and see how she feels about it. I'm sure this will go well. Surely. Maybe I do just need to add a sub file for the Fey realm as a separate location. I think I have to, because I don't want to integrate it into everything else. Oop. Rename. It keeps just shoving me. Oh god. All that to say, though, I think I'm gonna vodka at this point. Time zone rats don't die and enjoy fish. Have a good time zone, Minty. Take care of yourself. Rename to regions. Actually, just quartz. Quartz and cities and landmarks. Cities. New folder. Rename. Landmarks. They tried to make her use some PowerPoint to show how dangerous something was, and her response was, "Why can't I just show them the giant machine that will eat their face if they don't cut their beards?" Such a real response, though. I understand that, like, you need to do safety presentations at work, but also sometimes the safety presentation is just pictures of the machine that will eat your face if you don't do the thing that keeps you safe. It does not need to be a whole production. It needs to be a, this thing will eat your face. She's the CEO of safety. I know, but like, even when you're in charge of it, people go, yeah, but you need to do all of these, like, little things that will make everything right in the world of this company, and you're like, this is fucking stupid. Hi, Bun, I hope you're doing well. Have I even caught any fish that I actually needed? I caught one that I needed. From The Shining, at least. Some corporate idiot has to justify their existence. Yup. Unfortunately. Temples go in landmarks. So I need to add a thing to there and then rename it to temple. Temples. I forgot an S. I have 5 pixels, which blue tuxedo cat is who? I'm taller. Hi, Blossom. The cute one is me slash silly. The short one is Zir. Although I'm sure Zir is taller than me in real life. I'm also off to bed. Night rats and Ziploc. I hope you all have lovely rest of your time zones. Give Anne pets later, please. Of course I will. She's asleep now, so she's stopped trying to become a menace.
Comfort streamer. Trato 10 love.
IDK, how tall you are, IRL, so I can't say. 5'3". And a half. Ah. They fit in pocket. Yeah. Although people always tell me that I have tall person energy. But I think that just makes me a yappy dog. Who will bite them. Blossom, have you fed your dogs today? Your dogs? Your dragons. What are dragons but a kind of dog? I used to think Ether had short person energy. I had a dream last night that I was taller than him. Chihuahua. Sometimes. Bruh. No, stop adding more lines. Okay, sorry. I was yelling at something else. I've been so normal about dragons today. Okay, Blossom. I believe you. Do I try to add these to these files now? Yeah, I should probably add these. Okay. So we go through and we're just going to pop out all of these into their own documents without adding them to anything yet. I might just close this for the time being. Nope, close. Kind of wish TrackBear under the leaderboard had like the ability to add 2 different categories, because like for my repeating twine game I want to do that by scenes finished and not words, but like for personal story writing I like to do that by words, so like now only one can count towards goals really in a way that makes number go up. I mean, you can find the info to send a message to the developer for TrackBear. It's unfortunately a 1-person team, so I would not count on anything happening. Number go up. Number do go up. Thank you for the streak, Bun. I hope you're doing well. I hope the grad apps are going well. Well, I know you just started, but it's fine. I need someone to take my writing about dragons and tell me how to make it less normal. Become unhinged. Become less caring about what people reading it will think. Become something. I don't know what to tell you, actually. Write without care. Not carelessly, but without care. Horny dragons? No, don't do that. Well, you do whatever you want, Zir. If you want to write about horny dragons, you can do that. Unhinged is honestly a great way to write. Very true. Honestly, I'm just going to go and grumble, but overall love how nice Trackbear is. It's very nice as a project that is basically a solo dev. I've given some money to them, especially since I've been using it a ton. Especially since the rats are using it as well. Diamond art has such a good texture. It is very fun to touch when it's done. No, I'm good on not worrying about what other people think. I want it to be more unhinged. Then make it more unhinged. That's the only thing I can say. Because I can't describe to you how to make it more unhinged for you. But I can tell you that I have decided that a lot of the Fae writing stuff is going to be not grotesque, but grotesque. Because the Fae are human in ways, but very not in other ways, and a lot of that is what I want to, portray. Like, I literally have two of the gods that I worked on almost at first were the different gods about pleasure and pain for the Seelie and Unseelie court. And I was like, oh, there's a lot of ways to fuck with things with these two, and just these two, not including some of the other ones. I love that their website replaced the Made with Love to Made with Bear. Well, yes. See, the issue is I want it to be unhinged in a way that I sadly am not personally unhinged. I think the only way to become more unhinged in your own writing in a way that you are not personally unhinged is to go consume a lot of media from people that are unhinged in the way that you want your writing or to look like. Because I don't know if I'm unhinged in that same way. So I might not be able to tell you how to do it, but somebody else out there certainly can. Love is stored in the bear. Love is stored in the bear emote. It's yelling at me. Hold on. Hold on, fishing game. I'm opening about 15 more files. And adding them to my things so that every time I copy this onto my thumb drive, it gets a little bit angrier with me. Okay. I wanted to help, but I can't express my normalness about dragons in a way that was constructive. That's the other thing, is that sometimes the unhingedness comes from a person being so unapologetically them, and that's really hard to always put into words. And it just comes from a deep-seated place in their heart, and that's hard to replicate. I need my executive function to do that. Also fair. You at least helped me be sure I was on the right track. I woke up. Good morning! I need this one. Nope, not all of these. I didn't want to open that in a new thing. Could I do this inside of the file management for this? Would that be easier for my brain? Oh my god, it might be easier for my brain. Where is it? Documents. The wide world. Wide world. Locations. Fae realm locations. Nope, it's not in there. It's gonna be down here. Autumn Court. Seelie Court. Spring Court. Summer, Unseelie. Winter. Taken them. Quartz. Put them in there. That is actually easier. You wouldn't believe how much my brain doesn't want to believe you guys. That's okay. We'll just keep saying it till you believe us. Until you have no choice but to believe it. You... Chicken's dead. Chicken's dead. All the capitals go together. Someone needs to hit me with a baseball bat? Okay. Can you give me several hours? For no reason. I'm thinking about Voltron for the first time in a long time. Is anybody closer? Can anybody get... Can anybody get to Lucky, like, in an hour? It's an emergency. It is kind of an emergency. I can do like a day at the soonest. Shit. We need someone there now. Why would you start thinking about Voltron? What happened? Why is Voltron in your head again? How did it get there? YouTube recommended me old meeps with Voltron. Okay, that's valid because I do get all the old meeps from, Homestuck. I get all of them. They're like, I don't know what I did. Younger me fucked up my YouTube algorithm so hard that no matter what I do, there are certain Homestuck, meeps and a couple animations and a couple of like webcomic dubs, a couple of those just live inside of my recommendations. I'm not kidding you. Youth After Youth, the Homestuck one that I think has Gamzee in the thumbnail, is always in my YouTube homepage. This is not a joke. And if it's not Gamzee, it's the other one. It's the other purple man. What's his face? I forgot his name. It doesn't matter. He's always there. I'm gonna scream. Although Homestuck Girls Meep is also always there. The other purple, Aridin, I think? No, not that purple. The other purple guy. The other clown man from the other timeline. Yeah, Sadist is always there. Sadist did some really cool Silk Song / Hollow Knight stuff that I absolutely adore still. It's been a while since I've seen them do anything, but I also hope that they are doing fantastic. I hope that they know that I will always appreciate them for what they did and that I do not hate them. I hate the thing that they made stuff for, but I don't hate them. I miss Technoblade. Sorry, that's unrelated. I just miss Technoblade. One thing I love about my boyfriend is that he's never seen Silksong, but he knows the stems like shower get good. Well, what's the there's that one song that has the like has the Hagale and the Shaw behind it that every time I've heard that song played over any other YouTube video, my brain inserts the Hagale and the Shaw. I have heard the song outside of that context and my brain went, it's missing something. Also, lukewarm take, Satis is the reason DSMP took off. Stream is dying. Stream died in the other direction. Stream is fine now. Hello, if you can hear me, it did not destroy your internet. It's time for you to refresh the stream. Refresh dink donk. It's fine now. I don't know what happened. Opulent perch eats stream. No, I'd ate it before the stream. My frames dropped to 0 and then they went up to 10,000 and then they came back. So if you can hear me now, congratulations, you survived. If you can't hear me right now, then you can't hear me right now. Your internet didn't like my lukewarm take. Did you send me a letter? Oh, view. Say hello to my little friend. I am approaching. Accept. Wonderful. That friend will stay in my pocket for the rest of time. It's so tiny! There, we're gonna snooze the ad. You know what got me into Dream SMP? TikTok. I specifically remember a clip of Tubbo in a box. Okay, that does check out. Tubbo in a box would catch a lot of people. I have no idea why it has edit after it. I couldn't get rid of that. I think it's because it's edited. Shark. I have no idea, actually. But that's fine. Anyways, Lucky, my addition to your lukewarm take is that it wasn't just Satis. There were a series of artists that did animations, that did drawings, that did... I'm not even going to count the fanfic authors. They don't count for me right now for this because it was a lot of visual medium stuff that got a lot of people. It was artists and animators that got people very invested in the Dream SMP. Satis is the biggest of them, but there were a lot of smaller artists that were doing a lot of very cool stuff. Like, I think about Wolfie's art for Filza a lot. Even if I have an animation, but it's privated because the British Biter is involved. There are some wonderful storylines from the Dream SMP that have pieces of media that I can no longer touch or look at anymore, and I'm upset about some of them. For me, it was... no, I already started reading that one. But there were a lot of people that did a lot of very good stuff. So many good things. I personally think Satis was the Catalyst earliest popular artist. I guess, yeah, that's a fair call out that they were probably the biggest early artist, but I think I saw other smaller art first. Actually, you know what I saw? And then I did the same thing. Vizier, Meow bee. I'm trying to remember. Oh, I did the same thing with the Dream SMP that I did to myself with Homestuck. Oh wait, no, it would Bye, Darren. Sorry, I missed it. I was too busy thinking about Saddest. I did the same thing to Homestuck and the Dream SMP, which is that I said, that's fucking stupid. And then like 2 or 3 months later, I was into the thing. I blame Technoblade. I legitimately blame Technoblade. The only reason why I legitimately got super invested into the Dream SMP was because of Technoblade. He started it because I liked Technoblade. I'd watched Technoblade. I liked his videos. And then I was like, oh, Technoblade's on it? I blame Technoblade. And then Rambo appeared, and now I blame Rambo. And I hope Rambo's doing well. And I hope they get to work on a lot of cool projects. Also, hi, Time. Actually, I'm going to yap about this. Yes, I encourage it. It is yapping time. Also, I organized all of my new files. I organized all of my files, which means that I have accidentally indented for myself 6, 12... Oh. How did the playlist know? How did the playlist know? This is the last Dream SMP song that still exists in Perry? How did it know? How did it know? How did it know? Where's Webfishing? I got decently into the Dream SMP because of Rambo, really. I was really interested in hearing Guy go, wah! Because they were afflicted by migraine. Migraine times 1,000,000. Is it the Syndicate song? Yes, it's Hush. It's the only song that still exists in this playlist that is Dream SMP era related, and that's because I really like this song. Rambo's YouTube popped up, and apparently they were doing a return to form and going to just be doing random things, and even mentioned Rambo bakes a cake, and I'm so glad that they're still doing okay despite literally everything. Yeah, I watched that video. I don't know if it's still up because I think he said that he was going to take it down. But what they're going to do is try to do maybe once a month if they can put out a Rambo does something. Which I'm very excited for. I'm glad that Rambo's going to get out there and do a whole bunch of stuff. I know that they've wanted to do more things, but life is hard and everything is insane. What song is Dream SMP related? It's the song Hush. Yes, it is verbatim part of a storyline that was started on the Dream SMP, and I could literally break down the lyrics for you and tell you why this song is the Dream SMP and what was going on and what characters are who. It's called Traders in Kind with the song Last Man from Venice. It's about how Eric was actually so cool and smart, and he and the one guy were actually both traders in kind. There's so much good... Listen, it's the same... The parallels between Homestuck and the Dream SMP are so vast and so wide, and it's really funny and really sad that people got confused about why the Dream SMP fandom was the way it was when I had literally watched the Homestuck fandom like 5 years previously do everything that it did. And I am infinitely surprised by the fact that like people that were into Homestuck didn't look at the Dream SMP and go, oh, it's doing the same thing again. I'm still so upset about it, and I still stand by the fact that Tommy in it is Dave Strider. Eric was robbed of a cool character arc, and I will die on this hill. Literally the coolest character concept. There were a lot of people that had a lot of good storylines that they never got to develop them because the way that the Dream SMP was. Everybody revolved so heavily around the characters that were the biggest, quote unquote. I love you trying to keep a straight face through that. You can't even see my face and you know exactly what I did. I mean, Foolish did a lot of cool stuff that kind of got sidelined. Tubbo was doing a lot of cool stuff that got sidelined and then turned into a finale Gar. Techno didn't get to do everything that he wanted to do, but even some of that stuff felt kind of sidelined by the way that everybody else was doing things. Garrett didn't get to do a story arc that would have been very cool. Michael McChill didn't get to do a very cool concept. Such a cool concept that Michael was going to do that I've heard about. And I'm very sad that he didn't really get the opportunity to do it because of the focus on the bigger creators on the server, or what was perceived as the bigger story. I know nothing about Sandberg, to be honest. Aether, have you seen pictures of where Foolish made all of his pyramid and ancient Egyptian looking stuff? Have you seen those pictures? It's in that area is Sandberg and whatever the hell was going on with Bad Boy Halo and Foolish for the entirety of the Dream SMP. Even Bad Boy Halo, I feel like, had some really cool stuff he could have done that I don't think he ever really got the chance to do. But also Bad Boy Halo was doing things like managing the server. Jack Manifold. The whole egg plot, that never got resolved. I mean, it got halfway resolved, but it never got really resolved. God damn it. It's almost as if some of the people running the show were selfish and shitty. And for clarity, I 100% mean the adults, not the teenagers, because I highly doubt the kids were actually in charge. Oh no. Lion, thank you for the follow. You're still here? You've been listening to this for so long. We appreciate you. I hope you're having a fantastic time zone. I never quite understood the egg, but I think I'm so glad that Bad had fun. I mean, like... And granted, I'm talking about this with rose-tinted glasses. I need all of you to also understand that when I'm talking about story concepts being cool, if you don't like the person that I'm talking about, that's completely valid. I probably also don't like the person that I'm talking about either, but there were a lot of story concepts that got started on the Dream SMP that I still love to death, and I wish that somebody had done something better with them. Whatever was going on with Carl Jacobs' brain in Tales from the Dream SMP, that was all the weird time travel stuff, big streams that he did outside of the actual Dream SMP, I need to crack those out of that time period and that space and eat them. Quackity stuff was brilliant. Charlie stuff was fun. Charlie Slimesicle really said, I'm gonna make a silly, goofy guy and then make everybody cry about it later. Which is honestly my favorite way for anybody to tell a good story, is to start with the lighthearted, silly goofiness and then suddenly crush your entire soul. Also, have a good night, Void. Take care and get good sleep. Love all of you like friends. Like the friends you are. Okay. I'm so glad I have an unlisted archive of the Masquerade VOD because I don't believe there's a public version of that stream anymore. No, a lot of that stuff's lost to time. Well, it's not lost to time, but it's lost to the rest of us. Time. You make my sentences so complicated sometimes. There's a lot of weirdness around that content, both because of how some of those creators turned out or were, and because of the way that priorities existed for the server and for the content around it, that if you were not there, you did not see it. And I stand by the fact that there's always going to be moments like that for media, no matter how hard we try to preserve media. There's some experiences that even if it's all online, if you are not there to see it in person, to watch that moment happen in real time, you will never understand it. And again, I point back at Homestuck. Watching Homestuck go through all of the pauses, crash websites repeatedly when they came back from those pauses, all of that stuff happened and gets kind of made fun of sometimes in the comic or in like some of the other like commentary around the comic, but you cannot explain that to somebody. Well, you can try to, but you will never get an accurate explanation of it. The last public version of that VOD disappeared, I want to say end of 2022, because I was collecting techno content and was like, holy shit, why is there no Sir Billiam? It's absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild the way that like we've become so good at organizing and archiving things, and we are still losing pieces of media that matter to us. It's almost like we go and archive everything else and assume the things that we want to keep are going to be archived by somebody else, which is like a weird bystander effect. I don't understand. It's absolutely fascinating though. I found the early concept for Traders in Kind with the Rats Like to See, yes. Anyways, all this to say, become unhinged, do whatever you want. Somebody's gonna cancel you online for it probably at some point in time, and who really cares about it? If all of these content creators who have done absolutely worse than anything you will ever do are fine doing absolutely unhinged shit out there on the internet, go be your unhinged weird self. It doesn't matter. It's been gone for a long time, to the point I've thought about creating a YouTube account just to have those VODs be public for others. But I've also forgotten about it not being public until right now. Wild. I'll do my best. I believe in you, Zir. Cancelled online means less and less all the time, in my opinion. It's... What used to be cancellation was somebody accurately reporting that somebody online had done something criminal worthy. And now what you can get canceled for is for not writing a character in a way that a person likes, or drawing somebody with proportions that someone doesn't like, or saying a sentence that not everybody agrees with but is an opinion, gets you quote-unquote canceled. And I'm not saying that cancel culture isn't real. It is. Cancel culture is real. It is a whole culture of people going around and finding the last shitty thing you said, pulling it out of any context, putting it online. That's a big fish. And then trying to get you canceled so that your career blows up, so that your life is miserable, so that you are horrible. They just want to destroy you. Just don't do things that would get you canceled, like serious stuff. Don't commit crimes. You want to write a weird, depraved story? I'm not going to stop you. It is up to you whether or not you put that online, but you can write that depraved story and just keep it in a notebook and never post it anywhere ever. No one can stop you. You want to paint a weird painting? Paint a weird painting. I think hamburgers and cheeseburgers work well with fries. Canceled. Yeah, no, that's cancelable. Why would you ever put those together? Everybody knows that hamburgers and cheeseburgers do not work well with fries, and your opinion is wrong, and therefore you should go die in a fire. Don't tell the internet about the crimes you commit. Don't tell the internet about any crimes. Do not admit things in public chats. Do not admit things in Twitch chats. Do not admit things in private messages on any platform. I love opening YouTube and just good scar with times. Time? Is that his second channel? In fact, if you don't tell anyone, it didn't happen. Exactly. I have never done anything wrong. Yep, I definitely put those words in order. Honestly, you know what I think a lot of people need that I wish they would pick up again, even though everybody says that it frustrates them and they don't know what to do with it, and therefore it doesn't make it into like their daily habits? I need people to have journals. I need people to have a journal into which they pour out the weird thoughts in their head, the like weird shit that they try to post online now that is like way too much information, and just put it in a notebook. And then you know what you do? You close the notebook. And you don't go post those words online. Because there have been way too many times that I have opened up YouTube Shorts and I have seen something where somebody has admitted to something and I'm like, put it in a notebook. Tell the notebook. Go tell your bestie. I don't care. Don't put that online for me to see. Well, no, I misfiled my taxes once and the IRS was like, no, actually, we owe you more than you said. Here you go. That's amazing, Zir. Also, totally random note, just because you visit somewhere where something is legal does not make it legal for you. People don't know this. I need a lot of people to get a somewhat better idea of what laws are like. I don't need them to know everything, but I need some of them to learn, like, a little bit more. If I could get like 5 people to learn just a little bit more about how legality for things works, that'd be great. You can be convicted for crimes you commit other places, even if it's legal there. Yes. I need to grab people and shake them a little bit. Another thing crashed. Can I see it? Oh, it's over there. I'm gonna go get it. Where am I going? Oh, it's back there. Okay. I know where I'm going. To the bridge. Sure, this works. Rats, I need you to know the panic I felt when I opened the right playlist to see a bunch of deleted videos. I thought the Masquerade VOD was actually gone. Wrong archive playlist. I'm pretty sure it was like Bear SMP or Free Trial because that's what the surrounding of those deleted videos, but oh my heart. I think about the Bear SMP an unreasonable amount. Not like all the time, but like I think about the Bear SMP a lot and some of the stories that started there that never went anywhere either. Dog. The dog is in my pocket now. Bear SMP? Bear SMP is where I learned about Amesy. It wasn't a big SMP. It was in fact very small. But like I think Tubbo got invited to it and then he caused a whole bunch of problems and so it became not a spectacle, but kind of a spectacle. I know SMP means survival multiplayer, just I could only read it as soup. They did a lot of stuff with Tubbo and people went, oh wait, there are cool people here. Yeah. Like, Tubbo showed up for it because I think he got invited by, I don't know if it was Bear or if it was other people, but Tubbo got invited to it and people went and watched it and discovered people like Amesy. And then Bear, I think, had a tough time with the internet and perception and a whole bunch of things and went radio silent for at least a year. And I don't remember if anything else happened or if I feel like somebody got canceled over something, but like people were in that weird period because it was around the time of the Dream SMP where people were like, if you did one wrong thing online, you got yelled at and then people would cancel you. And it was that period. And so I can't remember if like people were trying to cancel Bear over something or if there was something else that happened. Do not quote me on this. I was not paying attention to the drama about it. I was watching funny Minecraft people. Something happened. Bear was getting overwhelmed, left the internet. Amesy went on to do everything that Amesy has done since. But also was getting, I think, weird comments from people online probably at that time as well. It was a weird time on the internet. But there were lots of cool people that were on it that were doing lots of cool stuff. They had some interesting plots that they were doing on the Bear SMP. I don't remember, to be honest. I just remember it disappeared seemingly randomly as someone who does not and will not have a Twitter. I think something happened, and I think somebody did get canceled on the server, but I don't think it was Bear. If I'm thinking about it, I think there was another member that got canceled. And I think Bear and the team decided to not do the Bear SMP again. Or maybe they tried and then everything got weird and then they just stopped. Amesy left and did other things and did like the Dream SMP at some point as well for a little bit, for a brief moment. And then Bear left the internet. Bear's come back. I've seen Bear stream like on and off in the last couple of years. Not consistently and not for extended periods of time, but just like on and off. Bear Bub's right? Yeah, I think so. Which is, again, if there's one thing I wish to impart upon an audience of people, to anybody who is listening to me right now, whether you're a fan of mine, although that feels weird to say, whether you're a member of this community, or you're just a person passing by, or you're a member of Fern's community, or something else, at the end of the day, every content creator is a person. And there are going to be some people who do some stupid, fucked up stuff. And it is okay to be angry at them, and it is okay to hold people responsible. But if you're spending all of your time on the internet nitpicking at what people saying, at what people say without, like, letting them have space to grow and change, you are part of the problem. It is okay to not like someone. It is okay to call somebody out for something that is bad. But if you are not allowing the space for people to grow and change, you're not doing it right. You're not existing online in a healthy, like, way. Thank you, Zero. I am level 31. People are generally kind of horrible. People do a lot of stupid shit and say a lot of stupid shit. And it doesn't help that a lot of childhoods are now captured online. And you can see every dumbass little thought that 12-year-olds have said, because some of them will keep the same username throughout their entire life. And that means that we're going to have politicians in like 20 years that are going to have some weird Roblox interactions that we're going to be able to go back and look at, assuming that Roblox lasts for 20 more years. It's fun and good to put clothes on a dog. Fantastic sentence I just read on Blue Sky over some Pokemon art. Wonderful. I hate that. I know you do. I've been Starshine since I was a teen. I have not been Trader Valkyrie for my entire life. There are a couple of periods of my life where I had different Tumblr usernames, where I have definitely said some stupid shit online, and I was a kid, and I did not know what I was doing, and I've learned and grown since then, and if anything ever came out from any dumbass shit that I said as a teenager, I own it. I said it. I was an idiot. I've changed. I didn't know I didn't know about my sexual identity, my gender identity, or anything. I didn't know anything. If you read my old username, you'd go, sure, that is a typo. Yeah, I got axolotl. I definitely don't have possibly OCD thoughts about being canceled for something I did when I was 16. I think a number of people feel that way, especially with the way that the culture is online. It's not that unusual to feel that way. Your usernames are blowboys that you shouldn't be afraid to kill. I'm afraid to kill this one. I went through a few names really young, but like my Steam or whatever have been the same since I was like 18 or 19. My Steam has been the same username for a very long time, but it's not associated with anything that is personally mine. So, it's fine. I feel like the internet doesn't give anyone grace for making improvements. No, it's because the internet lives, and this is actually my biggest argument for why I hate the fact that feeds on social media keep veering away from having time information readily available when you look at a piece of media, or putting your feed in non-chronological order. We have made a space online, multiple spaces online, where time, not this time, time does not exist. And therefore it is increasingly easy to see a comment from someone and not start investigating how old that comment is. I have scrolled through YouTube Shorts, and in the same 5 shorts, I've gotten something from 2 years ago, I've gotten something from last week, I've gotten something from 4 months ago, I've gotten something from 5 years ago, and I've gotten something from the day that I was scrolling. But there's no good indication on YouTube Shorts to tell me that information without me going through and looking it up. Some of it was really easy, because some of it was very dated information. I was like, I can identify when this was made in space and time. So, it's really weird how the internet works. And YouTube isn't the only one that does this. Twitter's doing it. Instagram has stopped doing things in chronological order. Every social media tries to take it out of the chronological order so that it feeds the hate machine. Apparently PixelFed, Fediverse alternative to Instagram, hit 200,000 users recently. Probably because Instagram's trash. Just like some of the YouTube Shorts things, yes. Just how it's set up. It's bad. It's the end of history. We're gonna have a big social media reset at some point. And I don't know how it's going to start, and I don't know how we're gonna get there, but it's gonna happen. Rats, you will never guess what I found. What'd you find? Instagram is so bad and I need dog people to move away from it, but I need dog people to move away from Facebook first. But I think I'll die before that happens. Yeah. I don't understand the communities that still exist on Facebook. Dog people love Facebook and I want to kill it with my hands. I don't understand how Facebook still exists. Anytime someone tells me to join a community on Facebook, I'm like, no. It's a drug friend. Or something. I've heard good things from friends, but I haven't used it personally. Also, those friends are tech nerds, which probably makes them more likely to be interested in Fediverse stuff. Yeah, see, that's the thing, is that right now a lot of the Fediverse stuff is going to be dominated by tech people, and until the non-tech people start also singing its praises, it's... I don't want it. Hi T, I hope you're doing well. Related to a place in time and space, I need to figure out how to describe that was a moment in time and space in which these things, which have always existed, didn't exist yet. The before times. Yeah, T and I have the same brain cell. It's the before times. What is Fediverse? It's federated internet. Like, think like Mastodon. In my part of the world, when you drive by a business and no one is ever there, not just customers, but like it's not even open at regular business hours, it's a drug front. Yeah. I'm still convinced. Okay, there was a hot dog place in my college town. There was a hot dog place in my college town. And there are only two things that are good explanations for this hot dog place. One, it was a drug front. B, it only catered to the college students. Because that motherfucking hot dog place was not open before the hour of 3 p.m. It was open Wednesday to Saturday. Maybe Sundays sometimes. Because it was in the middle of the downtown. And I think it was catering to drunk college students looking for hot dogs. The cult run deli near me. I want to go there. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. Yeah, Ether's description is better. Like Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, but if you could follow and comment on TikTok videos from Twitter, yeah. I don't want to go there, but I want to go there in my mind. They're doing something and it's almost certainly not legal. I don't know what it is. It was well beloved. Everybody loved the hot dogs. So it's a specific memory a character has that occurs during the course of the story, where there's a moment that is disconnected from the rules of reality, which means that things that would later come to always exist hadn't come to exist yet. The lost times. The lost before times. A land before time. Dinosaurs. We lost time? Time, are you lost? Oh, never mind, there's time. I'm making pasta. Pasta. Time lost X. Oh, Gar. Big Gar. Yes. Oh. Big alligator. I forget that's how people read my username. I mean, I'm gonna be very honest, Time. I read your name as Timeless because there is a part of my brain that still exists in the year 2007. Shark. Where everybody did XX underscore actual word underscore XX as their username. And so the letter X in a username is a silent letter. But also now I have a habit of reading out every letter in a thing just to be weird, like writing ball X pit instead of calling it the ball pit. Also, congrats, Aether, you're rank 38 now. High numbered. Number go up, even in the fishing video game. I'm looking forward to writing it though, because I get to have two characters walk into that scene and only one of them exists during that scene, and then have both of them walk out again. I'm normal about time and space and fiction. Zero, you need to read the lesbians. Sorry, what's the name of the book? This is how you lose the time war. You need to read about the lesbians. XX420 in bed with your mom 420XX. Yeah, that's a pretty normal online username from back in the day. It's technically Timeless Times, Because haha, math multiplication, but now in my brain it's just a silent X because 2010. Lupit. Yeah. I think this could still be a kind of before if the word later is relevant. Yeah. I have that book in my to-read list. Everybody should read the lesbian book. Read the book about the lesbians in time. Oh, that's horrible. Thank you, Aether. But also, I wish desperately to put my brain back into the mindset that I had when I was younger and on the internet, and I just did not care. Which is largely what I have been doing with Blue Sky recently, where I open up Blue Sky, I repost all the things that make me happy, and then I close it. And then I stop looking. And then I move on with my day and I go do something else. But on the rare occasion I hear Timeless X and it throws me for a loop. That's valid. My wife is gone. Oh no. I haven't been on Blue Sky in months. If you open up my profile, it's full of pixel art, women, and birds. In space. That's really the 4 categories of things that I repost. And also, like, things that are fuck AI. But it's mainly birds, women, space, the other thing that I said. Pixel art. Sometimes the pixel art is in the other things. Unrelated, but I found someone describing their code as about as graceful as a drunk elephant. I hope they're having fun with their drunk elephant code. I've started collecting birds on Dragon PNG website. Help. T, are you collecting birds on Flight Rising? Pixel art bird women in space. I would accept that. Okay, hold on. No, T, I understand because I want all of the snakes with... I want all the snakes with flowers so badly. I just keep looking at them. I love the paleontologist furry woman that posts cool science articles and occasional not safe for work persona for mutuals. I need more dog people, specifically not the dog people I want to fight, go on a site that doesn't make me want to fight someone. Time, I wish you so much luck. Who needs these newfangled social media platforms when Newgrounds is still alive and kicking? Newgrounds doesn't have the pixel art people that I want to watch do cool stuff. There's a lot of game devs that are not on Newgrounds posting constant updates of the things they're working on. And also, Kingfisher is not on there posting updates about the weird shit happening in their life. Newgrounds is not what I want out of a social media. I appreciate it for what it is, but it's not what I want. I may just have to cut any plot significance from the pillars through since they work in themes of the story. Doesn't have room to world build why. It's a very specific flavor of art, isn't it? Well, it's not even that. Newgrounds is... How do I say this? Newgrounds is to DeviantArt in my brain. You go on there and, like, there's a little bit of space for stuff, but the main draw of it is to look at the pieces of art that people have created. You can comment, you can talk to people there, you can do a little bit of stuff there, but it's not what I want. It's not text posts and art and people posting work in progress all the time. It's not people showing screenshots of things. It's not photography. I don't think there's photography on Newgrounds. It's not all of the things all together. I need a more collective place to look at stuff. No, you don't miss DeviantArt time. You don't miss it. You do not miss it. Zibby, what's an old-fashioned blog? Star, I need you to know that I'm working on a NeoCities right now so that I can put dumb shit online in a space that I fully control. Literally, I'm literally making sections of the website so I can post book reviews, film and show reviews, game reviews, dumb pictures of things in Minecraft that make me happy, like all of the social links that I want to have out there. Like I'm building out a website so that I can like put stuff up there and people can go, okay, what has this person looked at recently? And then I can be like, here's all the media that I consumed in the year 2026. You want to know what I thought of it? Here it is. Here, I've given them reviews. This is when I consumed it, I think. Here's my information. It's almost done, too. I have a couple more pages that I need to finish fleshing out, and then I'll be able to feel comfortable sharing it publicly. Technically, you could find it right now. I'm not going to tell you not to, but you just have to know what to type into some stuff. I'm not going to tell you what, but I'll post it when I'm ready. I do have to say, people in Blue Sky are good, but the platform has some moderation issues, mostly the classic "this trans woman's normal selfie is adult contact transphobia time." That's outside pressure getting in, which sucks. And also the moderation team has some issues that I also don't like, but in general, I trust the community. And as soon as I start seeing the Blue Sky community saying we're moving to something else, I will run after them. Is this a blog? No, it's just a website where I can put things. I guess technically I could turn it into a blog and make a section that's a blog, but it's literally just a place for me to like shove stuff. Because sometimes I have thoughts about media that I want to share with the world, but I don't want to put on Blue Sky. Or I don't care about putting on Blue Sky. Or don't fit into the word count on Blue Sky. That I would never post on Twitter. I don't want to, it's not about a conversation. I'm not starting a conversation with you. I'm literally putting my thought out there. And then if you want to yell at me about it, you have to find me elsewhere on the internet to yell at me about it. And that's fine. Also, right now, the header on every single page on the website says Peepus. Because I forgot that I made it say Peepus on one page, and then I copy and pasted the code for every single other page, and so it all says Peepus, and I think at this point, I'm too lazy to change it. So every page is just going to say Peepus up at the top. And I'm just gotta live with that now. But like, I'm doing all the CSS, I'm doing all the HTML. I took a template and changed up a whole bunch of the colors. I want to add some like pixel art onto it. So like, in a sense, the website itself is a project for me to like mess around with and play with however I want, and maybe one day delete. Whatever. A lot of the time it's certain country moderation. It sucks, but it's better than the next step of moderation where it's just banned. Like the company has to decide if is it worse that it is labeled or worse that it isn't allowed at all. Yeah, that's the other issue is moderation runs into a lot of legal issues between regions because every region has something else going on and every website has to navigate that weird line. Trader, do you have advice for learning CSS and HTML? Make a page, fuck it up, see what breaks. That's I used a template to start it. And then I started mucking around with it, and then I have broken several things that at this point I've decided I don't care about fixing. So just do whatever, see what works. Try to make it work. Keep messing around with it until you fix it. Except I'm giving up on the menu bar at the top of the page that just goes behind the sidebar stuff. I don't care anymore. It looks fine. It looks somewhat intentional at this point to me, and I just don't care. And I don't care if it's a messy website. It's not meant to be a polished website. It's gonna look like I made it in 2007. Because it is almost exactly what something that middle school me would have done in 2007. It's not meant to be a serious thing. It's not meant to be like a, this is my professional website. It's more so a like, I just want to make something and I'm gonna make something stupid and I'm gonna put it out there and if people like it, people like it. And if people hate it, people hate it. And I don't care. I need to refresh my website. I believe in you. You will find things that work for you in code that was never explained to you. That's why they say code has a style. It does. Code has a style in the same way that writing has a style. There are syntaxes and grammar that you need to learn in order to make the basics of it work. And then sometimes you look at it and go, yeah, but what if I fuck around and flip this? And then it does something and you go, cool. And then you use that information, or you just lodge it away in your brain to see if it works later when they've updated things. Or you show it to your friend and look at the crime I made. And they go, why did you do that? And you go, I don't know. And they go, okay. Me right now trying to figure out how the fuck sockets work if I don't read from them for a little bit. Have you tried reading from them all the time? Okay, I'm normal. Also, like putting colors and shapes together with art? Yeah! I feel like this is a thing I think about a lot when it comes to the way that we deal with life. But I think about the way that I used to do things when I was younger, and like, very specifically, it's really easy to remember with Minecraft, which is really stupid, but it's really easy to see. When I was playing Minecraft, in the really, really early days, I built such shitty, weird little huts in shapes that did not make sense and did not look nice and were just a mess. And I'm not denying that they were messes. But I did way more fun things with the shapes that I was building before the majority of the modern blocks were added. Before I had way more colors, before I had way more, like, shapes to work with, I made funky little weird shaped bases and holes in walls that were so funny to me. And I miss when my brain used to be like, yeah, do whatever, I don't care. Because now, whether it is Minecraft or whether it is something else or whether it's art, my brain has such a weird specific thing where it's like, well, I've seen people do this, so I must do this. I've stopped letting myself be bad at things and instead am searching for perfectionism when I am an amateur or a hobbyist, and I don't need to seek perfectionism. I'm very confused about what's happening up there, but I'm going to ignore it. The nerds are speaking a language I don't. I'm pretty sure I exclusively built houses out of bookshelves and nether reactor cores. Yes. Hi, I'm nerds. Hi, Zier. You are nerds. Soon CPUs will be a bajillion cores and a foot tall. Ugh. Can we talk about how much I want to yell at Nvidia for looking at the RAM shortage and the current issues and going, the only way to solve this problem is to give the gamers 3060s for GPUs? Ah. A second one. I love my townhouse build on Rat server. 2 alligators. It's so fucking weird though, with all the shit that's going on. Nvidia really thought that the best stance to be was like, yeah, we know we can't get you the fancy new GPUs for a reasonable price. We're going to make 3060s again. And when the AI bust happens, so many of these companies will go under and produce nothing. It's ridiculous. I hate it. I hate whatever the fuck is happening. I hate the fact that the AI bubble has made me not want to touch computers. I say as I am playing a video game on a computer. But like, I'm not kidding. I don't want to touch computers anymore. Zier's rank 21. I can drink now! Yippee! The A bubbles made me more interested in retro tech. The A bubble has- oh, I'm going in the water. Just kidding, I'm gonna sit precariously on the edge. The A bubble has just made me get back into notebooks. And reading. And physical books. And music. And old movies. And DVDs. We're gonna lose some stuff you like, don't know who at all, but could be MSI or Nvidia, who knows? It could be anybody. At this point, I don't care. I would get DVDs, but I also don't watch movies a lot. I don't have a DVD player. Well, see, neither do I, and that's the fun part. I have a PlayStation. I have a PlayStation that at this point I basically exclusively use for, watching DVDs. Commonplace journaling, beloved. I need to do more of my commonplacing. I was using my notebook for tracking a whole bunch of stuff in games. Because I got tired of doing spreadsheets because the spreadsheets didn't feel fun. But there's some other topics that I need to pour down into the notebook that I haven't had a chance to take from like weird scrap notes into the notebook yet. Might end up in the Dark Ages. Steampunk Weirdo's gonna be so happy. They're gonna be so happy. I don't know what the 6502 is, but good luck, Ether. I believe in you. I was talking about this, I think, over the last couple weeks, but like, the beginning of the year came with a lot of people... Zir, why are you drunk in the video game? Oh, you went and drank. Okay, I understand. I want my computers to be normal again. I do too. Don't worry about it. Old ass CPU before they were square. Okay. I have a friend who watches their DVDs on a jailbroke Wii, and it makes me happy. I honestly don't blame them, because like, smart TVs are full of ads. The new fancy fridges are full of ads. Everything is so chock full of advertising. Everybody's so sick and tired of it, and now people are moving on to start making more choices analog. They're moving away from doing infinite hobbies to just finding joy in hobbies and doing things and going outside and touching grass and talking to their friends again, and I'm so incredibly happy about that. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm still gonna stream. I like streaming. I'm still gonna exist on Discord. I like hanging out with the rats and doing things. But I am so incredibly happy that people online are finding ways to divorce themselves from the social media side of the platforms and go out and do things and use social media in a healthier way. Unfortunately, so many of my friends are online. No, I'm not saying don't use it at all, don't talk to them, don't do anything with them. I'm saying that a lot of people are finding a better way to have a better relationship with it. Even if a lot of their friends are online, finding new ways to like do things IRL, to take the time to be present. Oh, bye, Aether. But to be present in the real space, in the real moment. Do not put vacuum tubes in your mouth, Ether. I'm gonna just start building things with homemade vacuum tubes. I'm worried about all of you. Bye, Aether. I'll miss you. Zir, how are you drunker than you were? How are you drunker than you were? What if I compromise and lick them instead? No. Like telling a baby to get something out of its mouth? Yes. Aether. While they are on? No. I ate some yeast and it's fermenting my insides. Okay. They get real hot, you know. Do not eat the vacuum tubes. Do not put them in mouth. Do not lick them. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. No, but while they're still a bit warm. I worry about all of us. I worry about Ether, but that's fine. No. Electricity. That does not make them better. True, you don't know where those vacuum tubes have been. I worry about myself sometimes. We're worried about you too, Zir, I think. There are no vacuum tubes in Ba Sing Se. Yes, I do, in my mouth. Before they were in your mouth. Do you know where they were? Why would you be worried about little old me? Maybe it's how close you are to the water and how drunk you are in the video game. In the equipment? Did you clean them at all, or did you just stick them in your mouth? You're closer? Yeah, but I'm not drunk in the video game. Are vacuum tubes dishwasher safe? I'm going to hesitate and say probably don't. Oh, well, now I'm in the water. They are glass. I still don't think I would trust them in there. I've broken glassware in the dishwasher before. I have never made anyone worried, ever, for any reason. I do actually have some. I could test this. Ether, please do not. They are heat-resistant glass. They might be better, okay. Oh, gar. Hold on. I want that gar. They do have bakelite sockets, though. Okay. They literally get hot enough to glow sometimes. I still don't think they do good in a dishwasher because there's a little bit more than heat going on in there. Never mind, all of you stay chronically online so that you don't go do dumb stuff in real life. Wet computer tubes. Okay. I now no longer have pasta and that's sad. Is the pasta in your stomach now though? 'Cause that's good. I'm gonna leave this community, I swear to God. You're not, but that's okay. I miss times pasta. What a normal
Pasta
sentence.
tax for Carol.
Oh. Carol gets noodles. Hi, up. I hope you're having a good start to your year. Vacuum conversation is so upsetting. Either it's not about vacuums, it's about vacuum tubes. Ether is not eating a vacuum. Slim. Soon I'll have a bus and then I can truly be unstoppable. Time? Please don't drive the bus. We can talk about vacuums next. Why are they so loud? Because... loud. Not that you know of? Okay. I exist? That's a valid response to the beginning of the year. What if we talk about dragons? What if we talk about Dragon D's nuts? Sorry. I'm not sorry. Never mind. I take it back. I'm not sorry at all. I'm allowing that one. I bought a vacuum recently. I'm so happy. You didn't eat it, right? Well, Aether, did you eat the vacuum? Loud equals inefficient equals worse cleaning. Well, then make a better vacuum, Aether. I could drive a bus. I personally see no issues here. Of course you do not see issues, time. Yummy, yummy vacuum so full of debris. Do not, Zier. Zier, do not. I need money? Well, okay, so you're not allowed to make a quieter vacuum then. Zier, do not the vacuum? Yes, do not the vacuum. We have a tiny Roomba type bot and he's so stupid I want to kick him occasionally. We have a bigger, fancier one of those ones at work. Like, I mean like a really, really big one that's supposed to be like a multi-purpose cleaner. That's like an industrial one. And I think about him all the time because he's really stupid and sometimes he gets confused by glass doors. And he's really funny to me. And they call him Buddy sometimes. And I realize that there's two of them in the office. There's one in a different area that I did not know was there, and sometimes they let him out and I get really confused because he's in an area that's upstairs, and that robot cannot go upstairs. He has more than once tried to get on the porch. You are a vacuum. That is not appropriate enrichment for you. Isn't it cube-shaped instead of square pancake? Yeah, it's big cube. It's like big cube boy. Who has eyes? Deserves a hat? I don't think he can drive well enough to have a hat. Don't worry, I also get confused by glass doors. I run into the glass doors sometimes at work. In my defense, they're security glass doors, and the security doors, when I badge in, don't always open the first time that they start moving, and so I have more than once bapped myself in the face trying to walk into work in the morning because I'm tired. I'm tired and I'm running on nothing. I hope the vacuum I bought isn't too loud, but it probably is. I mean, just don't run it during the quiet times of the day. I do not like the big glass doors, especially in winter. Why don't you like them in winter? They get gross and also fucking cold. I mean, the only glass door we have is an external one, so I'm really not that worried about it. See, I'm fine now. I only had one bottle of wine. One whole bottle. My friend's guide dog got really excited about leaving the hospital. I was taking him out to potty and forgot he had a job. Anyway, I'm very familiar with glass doors at our local yard. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I can only imagine how that went time. This was Goose, so I forgive, of course. But when sun shines through them, life is awesome. That's valid. Window? No, window isn't the same as like big glass doors with light shining through them all the time. It's a different vibe. No, I agree with Aether. There's a difference between window and the big glass slide door and the light coming through it. Now I just miss my parents' house. I miss looking out the sliding back door and watching animals in the backyard because we didn't have dog, so lots of wildlife would come and sit in our yard. I want to defenestrate a window. Do you want to defenestrate like the glass pane and like just push it out? I'm particularly mad about the ones with no frame around the edge of them. Literally just a massive slab of glass and a hinge. Oh, I don't have those doors. I have, like, normal glass doors. I don't like the weird... Fun fact, one standard size 750 milliliter bottle of wine would probably kill my Pathfinder character. Like, drinking it, or if it fell on them? Drinking it, okay. That checks out. Want to defenestrate a window. What the fuck is a normal glass door? Like a door that has a frame. And has mainly glass. She is 4'6" and also a bird, and also only like 40 to 50 pounds. Oh no, no, okay, that's the main door. The thing I'm hitting myself is on the badge through thing. Where they open up after I put my badge on the thing and it goes beep. And then it opens up into the world and then I can go into my thing. But sometimes it fakes you out and it opens a little bit but does not open fully. And then I run into it face first. And unfortunately my face is in front of the rest of me most of the time, so my head bumps into the door. And then sometimes it screams at me. 4, 5, and 50 pounds, is he okay? A bird. It's a bird. It's a bird. Bird. Oh yeah. Although I have almost run into the front door because I missed time opening it and it like is locked. And when you leave, if you press it open and you don't press hard enough, it sometimes doesn't fully unlatch and then you walk into it. So I have walked into that door actually, but only from the inside. I also have almost tripped going up the stairs and down the stairs. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe it's not the doors. You can traumatize her, but feed her well first. You know what, Time? That's a valid concern. Which makes it all the funnier that she has the highest athletics checks of the party. I think it's a plus 14 now. Holy shit, Zir. That's a lot. I think I'm worried. Her stealth is a plus 18. Okay, so I need to talk about this because this was the stupidest thing I've ever done in any campaign. I was playing a character. Her name was Sage. She was basically a magic swordsman. It was Pathfinder, but homebrew. Not a paladin, magic swordsman. Full armor. We went into a building. And two things happened pretty much in a row. One, we were not supposed to be in this building. We had to sneak. And I forgot what character I was playing because the only character I had played up until that point was my druid, who did not wear heavy armor and was pretty stealthy, even though she wasn't meant to be stealthy. So when I was playing Sage, I forgot that I was wearing armor that made a lot of noise. And my DM looked me dead in the face when I said I wanted to roll a stealth check. And said, "Are you sure about that?" And I went, "Yeah." After being reminded of the fact that I was in full armor and not stealthy and had a penalty to my stealth. This gets better, because not only did I roll the best out of our party at that moment, I immediately followed this up by when we went up to the next floor, I tried to swing my sword at something that was trying to attack us, and I swung my sword so badly that somehow it lit on fire. At which point, everybody was aware that we were in the building. I got us a pack of direwolves as pets, and literally part of the campaign we implemented some homebrew stuff so we could give them enough enrichment to give us some sort of downside to the fact that I got us direwolves. Puppies. Time, I appreciate everything that you have done there. I love making all my characters really good with animals and animal handling to the point our enemies ended up being animals. That was my fault. Okay. Our DM had to make the dogs mildly inconvenient somehow. Absolutely. I saw a DM talking about something really interesting today, and if I ever had to, I say had to, if I ever chose to, like, DM a TTRPG, I want to implement this rule into whatever I do. Also, Poggers, Aether, I'm so proud of you. Somebody had a D100, and if you had a catastrophic enough failure, instead of rolling normal consequences, your DM would roll the D100. And the D100 would direct how bad the consequences were. So, like, a 1 would be, like, not that big of a deal, and the 100 is, like, the heat death of the universe. Like, major, 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 major world-ending consequences. And I find that to be such an interesting concept so that it keeps the consequences more randomized and puts some of that up to fate, and I'm so fascinated by it. Not only did I have really good animal handling, but also kept rolling 20s, and my DM took my dice. I continued to roll 20s, so that's how I got puppies. Oh no. That is amazing, Zier. Or not Zier, Time. Sorry. I have a friend who does similar in their games. I'd never heard of that concept before, but I saw somebody else talking about it, and I was like, I would rather do that, because I hate as a DM being the person that, like, decides how bad the consequences are when it's just the roll of the dice that decided it was a consequence that was bad. Why are we talking about the heat death of the universe? Ah, because it's coming eventually. My favorite string of ridiculous dice was when my bard was pretending to be a child in order to infiltrate the government, and the DM got 9 natural ones in a row. Everybody that you interacted with just went, yeah, that's a child. Sure. How'd we get to this topic? D&D and TTRPGs. That's a child. Let's adopt him and then make it work for the president. I foresee no issues. Yeah. There's no way that could go wrong. I left a simulacrum in my place and had to keep bailing it out of getting flirted with. My friend Cosmic does a lot of stuff that, they have some pretty cool stuff they also come up with themselves as house rules, and I love that for them so much. I think house rules are the superior way to play TTRPGs. I know that the designers of all of these TTRPGs are very smart people.
Mahjong update. Level 423. 4 losses. 419 wins. I still don't know how to play Mahjong.
Well, you're doing great for somebody that doesn't know how to play Mahjong. I think that the people that develop TTRPGs and like all of the systems behind them are very smart people and much better than I am. However, I think a lot of what makes TTRPGs fun are the absolutely insane things that your friend who DMs for you says, fuck it, roll. Those are all the best moments. And the house rules let those moments happen more often than not. I can't see where I am. Bam, bam, bam. 69, so. Bam, 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 bam. It is very cool, however, I also like rules. Yeah, I'm not saying that they're bad to have. I like that they exist, but also I love that you leave space for the ridiculousness that happens elsewhere. House rules make the world go round. Diamond art is in media, people said. I will look at it later. Button to play Mahjong first, you have to tap one thing, and then you have to tap another thing, and then boom, you win. That's the soundest logic I've ever heard. My back hurts. Were you shrimping the entire time you were doing the diamond art? Yes? Okay. Well, that's about 4 hours and 20 minutes of shrimping. Which, first of all, haha, funny number, but also, don't do that. My bigger thing is trying to pick the right TTRPG system for the right kind of campaign. I have a looping roguelike campaign idea, and I think using like D&D 5e is a bad idea for it. It'd be possible, just I think the rules would be fighting me the whole way. I think there's a system that might be good for one that's a roguelike. Dear, give me like a day to remember what it is, but there might be a system that might be more interesting because it was based more on needing to do loops and more of a roguelike thing. Reminds me of the Witchy Coven campaign I'm planning for me and my friends, and I made a Wizard of Transness that's basically just Gandalf Big Naturals. My favorite is the Chaos Dice. They have 2 die, I forget which ones, and sometimes they roll them because they're bored and want to throw dice at table, and sometimes it's to roll for how much they should cause a problem in their players' lives. It's great. Oh my god. That's amazing. All of that is amazing. Gandalf Big Naturals, Chaos Dice. All of it is so wonderful. Again, this cycles back around to make ridiculous things because fuck it, who cares? I think D&D has unlocked a lot of that. I've heard of a lot of friends getting to do some absolutely ridiculous stuff with D&D with their friends and having a fantastic time because of it. And that's all I want for people. I just want people to be able to go make ridiculous things and have fun and not worry about turning a hobby into a hustle. I think hustle culture has actively killed a lot of people's enjoyment of hobbies. I think TikTok and YouTube and Instagram have also killed people's love of hobbies.
I love Gandalf, Big Natural's patron saint of top surgery.
Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss sentence that you've just said at us. Helps balance the fact that when given the option to be a menace, Cosmic will take it. Chaos Dice levels them out, yeah. What are you saying what to, Ether? There's a lot of things that have happened and I don't know which I'm dealing with. Gandalf Big Natural seems pretty normal, though. I don't understand the problem here. Gandalf Big Naturals is a well-known meme on the internet. This should not be a surprise to you. Now I'm thinking about the toxic gay women again and how we learned emotions plant has only been sentient for 3 years and has spent most of that time as a science experiment, so my birds swear to give them all the experiences they missed out on. Oh, they're gay. But I love Gandalf Big Natural's patron saint of top surgery. What's the problem here? Several players are bird plant shippers, to be honest. I am a bird plant shipper. If you talk to the Pathfinder group, let them know that there are people outside that are shipping the bird and the plant. I completely fucking forgot about that meme. Well, either here's your reminder about Gandalf Big Naturals. She is real and can hurt you. He is real and can hurt you? I think Gandalf Big Naturals in my head uses he, she pronouns. I'm too transgender to forget about my Lord and Savior Gandalf Big Naturals. Yes, and I've been thinking about the bird implant time because that's how I got back on Tragic Yuri. And that is what is... this. The only reason this project up in the corner right here is as big as it is because I'm normal. It got worse. I think it's a whole book now. It was gonna be 5,000 words. Now I think it's a whole book. Once while playing D&D, I told the DM my character was reading Lord of the Rings, and she went, "So a non-fiction history book?" Yes. I miss Tom Scott now, and I don't know how I got here from Gandalf Big Natural's patron saint of top surgery. No, that checks out somehow. Love coming back, only forget I left my water in the kitchen. People leave. Well, go get it. And did you wash it? They work really well together because neither the bird nor the plant have ever really had a chance to be a real person. It's the most human story to ever exist where the non-human characters are trying to figure out how to be people. Also, I need a word for humanity that doesn't center around humans. Sorry, this is just like a nitpick of mine because I can't think of a good word for humanity that doesn't center on humans, and every time I'm writing notes for myself, my brain just goes like elfindness for elves, and I'm like, that's not what I need. I need the word humanity, but I need the word humanity for everything. Did you mean to take away the mat from the stream? Yes, because I'm not working on it. I can put it back. Do you want it back? Here, hold on. I can help. Hold on. I know how to make this better. 100. Beepus. Yeah, but even, like, person doesn't turn into, like, it's... I need very specifically the word humanity, but not human. I've been trying to find a word for it for like a week. Personhood, society? No, I'm not looking for the word society. I'm talking about, like... personhood might be the closest, but it's still not correct. I guess you could say penity. Hold on, I'll get to the horrific thing about age verification bill in Washington in a second. I'm too busy laughing at the word penity. It's so stupid. Okay, I'm fine. I'm normal. Ugh. I'm not surprised that an online age verification bill has been introduced in Washington. I am surprised that it has taken this long. Because I feel like they circle back around to, like, we must protect the children a lot, and I thought it would happen sooner. I genuinely didn't expect that to be so funny to you. I'm really tired. Yeah, and it's working so well everywhere else. See, that's the thing, is that I would have accepted it had Washington done it when a whole bunch of other states did it and it didn't work. But we have seen that it doesn't work. Australia has proved that it doesn't work. Happy birthday, Zir. Australia has proved that it doesn't fucking work. Because half of the teenagers are blocked from TikTok, half of them haven't been blocked, and most of their parents are helping them not be blocked, if they are. Public comment session is on the 16th. I'll have to go double check on some of that, because it doesn't work. It's not the solution that they're working for. Their idea is noble, but their execution is dog shit. And I don't need them trying to put more people's information in places on the internet where it can just get taken. Although, I wonder if... Is Valve gonna go after this? Because Valve's up here. Maybe. I guess we'll find out. I guess also Amazon, and also Microsoft, and also some other game companies. So we'll see what happens. I've informed the Pathfinder game you are a bird plant shipper. I'll report some other time what the response was. Probably just understanding that it is the correct action to be a plant bird shipper. Bird plant shipper? Whatever order. You must submit your photo ID and scan your face to use Windows. Jesus. There seems to be an arbitrary more than 33% of the content is adult line in it. Oh, those motherfuckers. The bill's incredibly short. I'm gonna go read it tomorrow and then slam my head against a wall, and then at that point Hightail will be out, and then I'll stop thinking for a second, and then I'll go back to caring. I love politicians. They make great choices. What do they define as adult? Do they even define what adult content is? Do we start have to age verifying at bookstores? Sort of. I'll go look at it later and see what they say. My cat is snoring. So boat country, anybody? Roblox age verification is so dangerous for some reason. Even though I never gave Roblox a picture or anything, it thinks I'm in a certain age group when I am not. It's bad, especially since Roblox is a platform with a history. They just did something recently on me, a bun, that they had to publicly come out and say that their decision to do some chat restriction was not because of Schlep, who has been going around reporting on some of the horrendous stuff going on Roblox, and to say that they were doing it to try to deal with, like, all of the other issues that they've been facing and being sued for. So, that's also been interesting to watch unfold. For every bit of adult content, we shove three AI-generated pictures of happy cartoon characters in some forgotten corner of the website, /J. To be clear, it would be an older generation of AI, back when they were fun and charming, and gave everything so many fingers. A bunch of content that is harmful to children vagueness. Oh, that can go fuck itself right now. Because that is the same verbiage that they have tried to use about video games, where children have gotten hurt in the story of the video game. This is the same shit that people went after Steam for. And they tried to get Detroit Become Human unlisted off of Steam. Because a child faces abuse in that story. Their AI detection sucks. I play with my son when he's away from home and I can't even chat in the app with him. Nobody can chat, bun. The amount of chatting people can do has decreased so incredibly so that players are going out of their way to go after Schlep because they view him as the source of the problem, when he is not affiliated with Roblox and did not make this decision. I was watching some content about it this morning. It is shit what they did. Because they have faced so many issues about child safety issues, and they've got at least 3 lawsuits that I remember after them about child safety and predators on their platform. Their solution has basically just been to shut down chat for the majority of users. I've seen pictures of Roblox players saying, like, this is how we communicate now in Morse code. And, like, a jump means one, like, either a dash or a dot, and then, like, a move to the left means the other one. It's wild. Anyways, all of the vague statements about the world that involve worrying about harm to children without describing exactly what they think is harmful to children and why it is harmful to children, I don't even want to deal with them. These are the same kinds of people that will try to ban books because they don't like the topic that's discussed. But they have never read the book. They've not consumed the content. They don't know what it says about the topic. They don't know what's going on in that. Should there be things to help children not stumble upon content that they shouldn't be seeing at certain ages online? Yes. Do you know what that is? That is parents. That is a parent being involved in their child's life enough that their child feels okay talking to them about what they're doing online, and also being aware of what's going on. This is not helicopter parenting so much that you're watching everything that like your child opens 24/7, but talking to your child about online safety, knowing what's appropriate for them, discussing how there are topics that they might not be ready to talk about yet when they're at an age where they can more understand what's going on. This means keeping them offline at a young age when they can easily stumble upon stuff that they shouldn't online. It's not a failing of the technology, it's a failing on the side of parents. And I understand that it's really hard to be present all the time. I miss you. I see you now. I understand that it's hard to be present all the time when we need to do a whole bunch of, like, things in order to live life. I'm going in the water, aren't I? I went in the water. Now I just look sad. But there needs to be some responsibility of parents here. Can't allow the children on anything that I think is bad. Perfectly fine to put all their faces information in a centralized database with poor security practices, though. I'm gonna grab people and I'm gonna shake them and I'm gonna talk to them about why some things online aren't safe. I get so stressed. I understand that Sneeg knows very well about what's going on the internet, but every time his daughter appears on stream at this age now, I get more stressed. I'm getting more stressed when she walks into the room for stream. Sneeg is an adult. He can do whatever he wants. I am so stressed, though. Oh, don't worry. They say in the bill that it's illegal for the age verification companies to retain any data. Of course it's illegal, and of course they won't ever hold on to the data just in case. I like what the UK used to do when you bought internet. Child filters were applied by default. Call ISP to disable it, mark trusted devices, etc. That would even be better than what we're doing now. Exactly why I don't go through my kids' phone or devices, but I ask them if anyone they don't know has spoken to them at the end of every week. I think, for me, the stranger danger talks when I was a kid, and the way that my parents reinforced that online was also a place where strangers could talk to me, that was what took it from like, oh, this is just a random person, to this person wants to kill me and I should never give them any information. And I think the combination of some stuff for my very specific range of age made it so that I did not do some dumb shit online. But there are some kids now that don't have the same stranger danger practices. It don't reinforce it that online is also public space. And so you have kids, like that one time that Icy was playing with somebody, or maybe it was T, and somebody in a Warrior Cats roleplay room on Roblox was just putting out their entire full name. Forgot that she's not an infant now. I know, she's got more of a face now, which is very cute to see, but at the same time, I'm very stressed about her face being online. I want parents to have more tools and resources and help with protecting their children on the internet. I want more people to understand that there are dangers on the internet. And I feel like there's like a brief generational window now for people who see danger on the internet, and I don't know what happened. I don't want to be a helicopter parent, but I also don't want my kids to be exposed to the bad internet elements. I think a lot of that comes down to honest conversations with your kid and having good dialogue with them. I feel it's good to have the routine of asking them regularly just in case their behavior changes. Yeah. Also, I read that one. No, wait, I didn't read that one. Also, more resources and tools for children as well. Educational material, how give them a class in school on it. That'd be nice. My map saved, so now the Peepus is saved forever. I've got years before I have one, so hopefully things will change. Aether, I'm gonna be so honest, I don't think anything's gonna change. I think the people have to change, so I need you to be conscious of what you're doing when you have a kid. And I think that's all I can ask, is that you, the person in front of me, do your best. Opulent Hughes Mushkalunge. I'm rank 32 now. Happy birthday, me. I miss Zir. Oh, I found Zir. The amount of times someone on Genshin joined my world and told me how old they were where they live with no lead-up is higher than one might think. Oh god. Ah! Hi, Zir. Somehow Zir, the way that you look keeps making the, like, don't talk to me or my son ever again meme pop into my head, but don't talk to me or my daughter ever again. And I could not tell you which of us is which. Even then I watch his VODs more, yeah. Well, it's hard to watch people live all the time. Aether's the weird glorp uncle. I was playing DTI in a lobby and with my kids, and then there were kids in the chat saying how old they were, and all the older players, including myself, were telling them basic information, not putting your age in a public chat. Yeah. Peepus has been forever committed to the version history. Yep. I worry. I don't know why nobody's not telling the kids to... I don't know why parents aren't telling kids to have an understanding of the internet. Like, if I had a child... Okay, hold on. If I had a 6-year-old right now, so let's assume that 6 years ago I had a child, or I adopted a 6-year-old today. If I had a 6-year-old, and that 6-year-old wanted to play on Roblox, I would sit down with them through the account creation. I would help them make everything. I would tell them about what we can and can't share online. I would hang around with them for the first couple of games that they played. Let them chat as they want, but just be interested in what they're doing and participating in doing it. Maybe even load it up on my own phone, play with them there. Make sure that everything's going okay. Make sure that they're having a good time too. Make sure that, like, nobody's being a dick to them in a lobby. Like, make sure that that experience is a good one so that they understand that the internet can be a good place. And if anything went wrong, I would be there to talk to them and be like, this is why we don't do this. Please don't put this information out there. These are not friends of yours. These are people we don't know. I would sit down with them and be like, and this is why we don't comment on videos, and this is why we're not going to talk about X, Y, and Z. We're not going to talk about where people work. We're not going to talk about where you go to school. We're going to keep some information for ourselves to keep us safe. Talk about, like, strangers with candy in vans and how we don't go follow the person in the van with the candy, because we don't know what they'll do. I don't like you, Axel Little. In fact, I love you, Axolotl. Thank you, Sir. If I had a child, I'd be so stressed. I'm not in a place where I can manage someone else's life on top of mine. I mean, that's fair. That's what I did with mine. It's just, I don't understand why parents aren't thinking about it that way. And instead just, well, I guess we get back to iPad children. I say with my own iPad child asleep on a pillow in the background. Where, like, they just hand it to them and don't monitor them. I don't understand it. But Anne will never have a job? You take that back right now. She can do anything she wants to. Nor have to pay taxes? Okay, no, that's true because she's not a person. But your child has fur? And I still think sometimes that turning on the British men on the TV for her is corrupting her brain. Number one thing about video games and children, in my opinion, is to not let the video games be a babysitter. You can leave them to it sometimes, but you need to be engaged and interested and present with it. If your kid is really into video games or tech, yeah. God, I love Anne. She's so stupid. I love her so much. I guess the point is that if I am worried about the TV corrupting my cat, why aren't more people concerned about their kids? With their human children. I made a Melanoa an iPad child. I'm either exceptionally skilled or a horrible father. Somewhere, I think you're both, Time. I want to adopt a cat so bad, but I don't have the time or resources. One day, Aether. Hold on to one day. The beginning of last year, I met my cousin's kid for the first time, and that's the first time I've understood what an iPad kid meant. It's bad. The best screen time with the child is screen time with the parent present and engaged with the content. Even then, it's still not the best thing for the child. I will say, there has been an interesting thing where all of the shows that I used to watch as a child on like Cartoon Network and things that were made to be slower and calmer and are not Cocomelon are starting to make a resurgence because parents are realizing that the overstimulation of something like a Cocomelon show or anything similar to that literally makes their children not children. Like, they get so hooked on the TV, they are not doing anything else. In the slower shows, they will still engage with the rest of the world and learn. Unfortunately, it's partly that they don't care, and the other part, a lot of people don't view their children as people. But they're just little drunk toddlers. Well, they're not drunk toddlers, but they're drunk adults, but toddlers. The difference between a drunk college student and a toddler is how tall they are. I'm not taking any feedback on this. I've dealt with too many drunk college students, and I've been the drunk college student. They're toddlers. I get that parenting your children is hard in the modern age, where both parents have to work and whatever, but you do have to be present and parent your children, yes. And teachers cannot take that. We went out to lunch with them, and as soon as we sat down, he was handed an iPad and headphones, and he didn't look up for the entire meal. Oh no. Oh no. Fortunately, a child... Hello. I've never been drunk, so I can neither confirm nor deny. I can confirm. I've seen it. I've been it. I know it. Unfortunately, our child in our family is essentially an iPad kid. Her mom just sits her in front of the TV and puts on Miss Rachel and gets sucked into her phone. Miss Rachel's great. Love her as a person. This child should not be allowed to watch 15 plus hours of her. Absolutely not. As soon as we got back to their house, he was handed the iPad again. Absolutely not. That's horrible. I don't like that. Heighten the fact that one is drunk and the other is just like that. Yes. I love the video, though, of that one, like, she's not a toddler. She's like she's a little bit older than a toddler, but she's like, I'm gonna take a nap now, and she lays down on the beach. I've seen that exact behavior in drunk friends. I had a friend that when he got drunk, he would wander away and find a place to take a nap every single time. And we had to stop him from doing that so he would not be unfindable, because he would fall asleep and be unresponsive to the world for 2 hours. Minimum. It was fine if we were at somebody's house, but like, sometimes we were out and about. We did not need him falling asleep somewhere in the out and about, not answering his phone for 2 hours. Was her name Mila? I don't know, but she, that child was amazing. Truly embodied the spirit of people everywhere. Anyways, kids are people. Treat them like people. Encourage them to grow and become more than what they are. Don't hand them the iPad. Cats and dogs? As long as they're not trying to destroy it, give it to them. Thankfully, don't really elope when intoxicated because I've already made bad balance. Give the kids the Nintendo DS instead, or Game Boy. I think we should give them the Game Gear. Fuck! My bit rate! It's back now. I watched that go down. I might need to call my ISP if it's doing this again. Because that's 3 times it's done dropped frames today. Hi, time. I'm sorry. I'm too scared to get drunk. Aether, I'm gonna tell you something that is not a hot take. You drink as much or as little as you want. Do it in a safe place if you're going to drink. Don't go out of your way to get blackout. That's literally it. Have 2 drinks, see how you feel, move on with life if you hate it. Don't drink, drink. It means nothing. I'm curious enough to get drunk once, but only around friends I really trust. I was more tired than anything. My bit rate! Why does it hate me? Hi, VOD watchers. You can hear everything that I'm saying. Chatters can't hear it, but you can hear it. You can hear it over there. You can hear it. Somewhere. You're never gonna come back, will you? Are you ever going to come back? I can't wait for everybody to hear this in the VOD. I can't wait for all of you to hear this right now. It's never going to come back. It's decided that it's done with me. What's happened to my interwebby thingy? Oh, I'm back now. Hello. Do you think it wants me to go away? Do you think that it wants me to go away? It kicked me out? You're right there, Zier. I still got all my friends here. Look at them. Look at all my friends. I'm taking a screenshot. Okay. Nope, that's gonna have to be it. I appreciate you guys. I'm so sorry that this got so scuffed. If this happens next stream, oh no, that's gonna be hightail. If this starts happening next stream, I'm gonna scream. I'm probably gonna call my ISP tomorrow, or see if there were any issues in my area. Anyway, yeah, I'd get drunk with Lucky and that's it right now. However, Lucky doesn't want to deal with that, so I guess it's not happening. Zier, if I lived closer, I would sit there with you. Not that you would trust me, but I'd sit there with you. Peepus. Oh, Peepus is still here. Peepus is here forever. Peepus. Ah. I didn't even put that there. Anyways, with that, I appreciate you guys very much. I hope that you guys have a fantastic time zone. I will see you on Tuesday. God damn it! I hate my internet. Have good time zones. Thank you. My internet came back for one brief moment. I hope that you all have fantastic time zones. Goodbye, everybody. I appreciate you. I hope that you have fantastic time zones. Bye!